MUFG.
Along with the rapid growth in Indonesia, the needs of customers are also increasing. They demand an associate to support them achieving life goals. Established in 1956, Danamon is committed to care and enable millions to prosper, not only to its customers, but to employees and society at large, enabling them to be prosperous together. Through the product and services, Danamon gives the full control to all banking matters in order to achieve life goals and always be in control. Maximizing financial goals with Tabungan Danamon Lebih. Realizing family aspirations through Tabungan Cita-Citaku. To make easier your daily transaction by Visa, MasterCard, and American Express credit card. Enlarging the business through kredit angsuran berjangka and kredit tempat usaha. Maximizing profit with Tabungan Fleximax. Promoting the company by trade finance, cash management, financial supply chain, and treasury. Living in Syariah with Tabungan Syariah, Deposito Syariah, and Tabungan Haji. Protecting your future and family with life insurance, vehicle insurance, health insurance, prosperity insurance, travel insurance, and employee benefit. Empowered with strong local capabilities, Danamon successfully expanded the marketing network and branch offices all over Indonesia and is supported by professional resources who are always ready to serve thoroughly. Carrying on its vision which enable millions to prosper, it is reflected with CSR programs, Danamon Run, and other activities. With its commitment, Danamon received numerous awards at an international level. With the synergy between local network and capabilities, along with global network and strong relationship, Danamon is ready to provide reliable banking products and services to keep your financial to always be in control. Now it's time for you to take control with Danamon.
Selamat datang di Indonesia, negara dan ekonomi terbesar di Asia Tenggara dengan populasi penduduk lebih dari 260 juta jiwa. Perekonomian Indonesia sebagian besar dipengaruhi oleh konsumsi domestik yang menjadi pendorong utama pertumbuhannya. Di Adira Finance, Berbagai solusi pembiayaan kami meliputi kredit mobil, kredit motor, kredit elektronik dan furnitur, kredit multiguna, pembiayaan syariah, asuransi. Dengan 19.000 karyawan, kami selalu siap membantu pelanggan kami. Kami hadir di seluruh penjuru negeri untuk memastikan kemudahan untuk melayani mereka.
Sahabat setia selamanya.
MUFG.
Along with the rapid growth in Indonesia, the needs of customers are also increasing. They demand an associate to support them achieving life goals. Established in 1956, Danamon is committed to care and enable millions to prosper, not only to its customers, but to employees and society at large, enabling them to be prosperous together. Through the product and services, Danamon gives the full control to all banking matters in order to achieve life goals and always be in control. Maximizing financial goals with tabungan Danamon Lebih. Realizing family aspirations through tabungan cita-citaku. To make easier your daily transaction by Visa, MasterCard, and American Express credit card. Enlarging the business through kredit angsuran berjangka and kredit tempat usaha. Maximizing profit with tabungan Fleximax. Promoting the company by trade finance, cash management, financial supply chain, and treasury. Living in Syariah with tabungan Syariah, deposito Syariah, and tabungan haji. Protecting your future and family with life insurance, vehicle insurance, health insurance, prosperity insurance, travel insurance, and employee benefit. Empowered with strong local capabilities, Danamon successfully expanded the marketing network and branch offices all over Indonesia and is supported by professional resources who are always ready to serve thoroughly. Carrying on its vision which enable millions to prosper, it is reflected with CSR programs, Danamon Run, and other activities. With its commitment, Danamon received numerous awards at an international level. With the synergy between local network and capabilities, along with global network and strong relationship, Danamon is ready to provide reliable banking products and services to keep your financial to always be in control. Now it's time for you to take control with Danamon.
Selamat datang di Indonesia, negara dan ekonomi terbesar di Asia Tenggara dengan populasi penduduk lebih dari 260 juta jiwa. Perekonomian Indonesia sebagian besar dipengaruhi oleh konsumsi domestik yang menjadi pendorong utama pertumbuhannya. Di Adira Finance, berbagai solusi pembiayaan kami meliputi kredit mobil, kredit motor, kredit elektronik dan furnitur, kredit multiguna, pembiayaan syariah, asuransi. Dengan 19.000 karyawan, kami selalu siap membantu pelanggan kami. Kami hadir di seluruh penjuru negeri untuk memastikan kemudahan untuk melayani mereka.
Sahabat setia selamanya.
MUFG.
Along with the rapid growth in Indonesia, the needs of customers are also increasing. They demand an associate to support them achieving life goals. Established in 1956, Danamon is committed to care and enable millions to prosper, not only to its customers, but to employees and society at large, enabling them to be prosperous together. Through the product and services, Danamon gives the full control to all banking matters in order to achieve life goals and always be in control. Maximizing financial goals with tabungan Danamon Lebih. Realizing family aspirations through tabungan cita-citaku. To make easier your daily transaction by Visa, MasterCard, and American Express credit card. Enlarging the business through kredit angsuran berjangka and kredit tempat usaha. Maximizing profit with tabungan Fleximax. Promoting the company by trade finance, cash management, financial supply chain, and treasury. Living in Syariah with tabungan Syariah, deposito Syariah, and tabungan haji. Protecting your future and family with life insurance.
Untuk memulai acara kita pagi ini, kita akan menyanyikan bersama lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Hadirin disilahkan duduk kembali.
We have overcome and survived. But the journey has not ended. New challenges await us. We are here to reconnect, reassemble the strategy, redefine values of transformation, rebuild the economy. MUFG, Danamon, and Adira Finance present the Indonesia 2023 Summit.
After 2 years since COVID-19, the pandemic has finally been contained. With infection rates declining, we thought we could eventually return to normal lives. We were wrong. As the pandemic subsides, the world was once again shocked by geopolitical tension. The war destabilized the world's economy. What are the challenges? How can we overcome them? Who was affected by these crises? How can industries create a post-pandemic recovery? MUFG, Danamon, Adira Finance presents the Indonesia 2023 Summit, Rebuild the Economy. Gain insights from our powerful discussion with policymakers, world-class experts, and industry experts. Thursday, October 27, 2022.
Good morning to our honorable guests and distinguished audience. Welcome to the Indonesia 2023 Summit, an annual event held by MUFG, Danamon, and Adira Finance to discuss emerging global issues and strategies to tackle its challenges. As uncertainties surrounding global economic are looming, this year we will take on the theme of Rebuild the Economy 2023, tackling uncertainty challenges through stronger economic and industry policy. On this honorable occasion, I, Putu Ayu Saraswati, will be the host for this event. Before we start, we'd like to first extend our warmest welcome to His Excellency Zulkifli Hasan, Minister of Trade, Republic of Indonesia, represented by His Excellency Kasan Muhri, Head of Trade Policy of Minister of Trade, Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Bahlil Lahadalia, Minister of Investment, Republic of Indonesia, represented by His Excellency Riyatno, Deputy Minister for Investment Cooperation, Ministry of Investment, Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Suhasil Nazara, Vice Minister of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Pahala Mansuri, Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro, Minister of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, 2014 to 2016, Mr. JB Kristiadi, Vice President, Commissioner of PT Bank Danamon Indonesia Tbk, Mr. Kazushige Nakajima, Executive Officer, Country Head of Indonesia MUFG Bank Ltd, Jakarta Branch, Mr. Yasushi Itagaki, President Director of PT Bank Danamon Indonesia Tbk, Mr. Dewa Made Susila, President Director of PT Adira Dinamika Multifinance Tbk, Mr. Hiroshi Watanabe, President of Institute for International Monetary Affairs, Japan, Ms. Shinta Wijaya Kamdani, CEO of Sintesa Group and Chair of B20 Indonesia, Ms. Maishita Kristalin, Special Advisor to the Vice Minister of Finance on Macroeconomic and Fiscal Policy, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Kukuh Kumara, Secretary General of Gaikindo, Mr. Kusharyono, Director of PT Astra Auto Parts, Mr. Indra Chandra Setiawan, Project General Manager of Toyota Daihatsu Engineering and Manufacturing, and all of the audience attending this event in the venue and online. Honorable guests and distinguished audience, the COVID-19 pandemic, beyond imposing public health crisis, has disrupted economic activities and halted countries' growth worldwide. Among the most pressing challenges currently faced by the global economy are global recession, as central banks are hiking interest rates to curb inflation, the geopolitical shockwaves from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which led to soaring energy price and a trend towards protectionist policies, which raises barriers to international trade and capital flow. Through the Indonesia 2023 Summit, we will discuss how the current global environment would affect the economy and industry in 2023, especially in Asia and Indonesia. To officially open this event, we would like to invite Mr. Yasushi Itagaki, President Director of PT Bank Danamon Indonesia Tbk, to deliver his opening remarks. To Mr. Yasushi Itagaki, you may have the floor.
Selamat pagi, Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati, Your Excellency Vice Minister of Finance, Bapak Suhasil Nazara, Your Excellency Head of Trade Policy of Minister Head of Trade Policy of Minister of Trade, Bapak Kasan Muhuri. Distinguished speakers, guests, customers, partners mentioned by MC, so many highly esteemed guests, my colleagues from MUFG, Bank Danamon, Adira Finance. It is our greatest pleasure to welcome you all in person to the Indonesia 2023 Summit today. Just on reflection, looking back, for most of the past 3 years, we've been really struggling, dealing, coping with crisis after crisis, pandemic, economic, social, etc. But early this year, we thought that we sort of kind of managed all these issues, crisis, and finally, the crisis is going to be under control. But as all of you know, however, the Russian-Ukraine conflicts triggered a chain of reactions that led to rising of geopolitical tensions, global inflations, supply chain disruption, many global issues, which really makes the economy unstable. That's where we are living. But during these volatile times, we need to assess what is coming and carefully make judgment, choice, and decision to adapt with future changes so we can thrive despite whatever the challenges ahead. I hope the summit or forum today will be an eye-opener on global, regional, domestic outlook, inspired or facilitated by our reputable speakers, ranging from the policymakers, global experts, and industry players, to give us their sort of deep insights on both the challenges and opportunities that we'll be facing next year. It's been very difficult for all kinds of business, including automotive sectors. Back in 2020, the Indonesian automotive industry suffered one of their worst losses of all time. As part of our commitment with our partners and customers, MUFG, Danamon, and Adira Finance have been working and expanding our business to better support, better serve this automotive ecosystem in Indonesia. I believe, this automotive industry is highly, highly important for the country, Indonesia, in terms of its economic output, the big employment, and evolution of the technologies, such as artificial intelligence, green technology, and so forth. We hope that by end of the forum, we will embrace next year, 2023, with more high optimism. We are committed to working together with all of you, our customers and partners, every step of the way. Once again, thank you so much for coming all the way, not only just from Jakarta, but other cities, Bandung, Surabaya, Medan, etc., even from Tokyo. I do hope this event today will be of some help for all of you. So let's be creative, let's be optimistic for the future of Indonesia. With that, I conclude my opening speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yasushi Itagaki, for the inspiring welcoming remarks. Next, we will hear the keynote speech from His Excellency Suhasil Nazara, Vice Minister of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. To His Excellency Suhasil Nazara, you may have the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati banyak sekali senior-senior saya di sini. Tentu pertama saya ingin menyapa tuan rumah Danamon, MUFG Danamon, Adira Finance yang menyelenggarakan kegiatan pada pagi hari ini. Seluruh Dewan Komisioner, Dewan Komisaris, Direksi, dan juga anak perusahaan, dan yang saya banggakan seluruh ibu bapak nasabah, klien, stakeholder dari MUFG Danamon. Saya juga ingin menyapa pada pagi hari ini Bu Indah, anggota DPR RI Komisi 11 yang adalah mitra kerja Kementerian Keuangan, dan juga banyak ada Pak Kasan dari Kementerian Perdagangan. Selamat pagi. Dan jadi kalau ini senior saya Pak Bambang Brojonegoro, senior saya di banyak tempat, jadi nggak usah disebutin seniornya di mana aja. Yang terakhir pasti adalah senior saya atasan di Kementerian Keuangan. Saya diberitahu oleh panitia katanya bahasa Indonesia boleh, jadi saya akan menyampaikan ini dalam bahasa Indonesia, Ibu Bapak sekalian. Saya ingin menyampaikan beberapa hal. Pertama, perkembangan ekonomi terkini. Kedua, saya ingin menyampaikan apa yang harus kita antisipasi ke tahun 2023 dan berikutnya jangka menengah panjang. Ibu Bapak sekalian, saat ini yang kita hadapi kalau soal data, ekonomi dan yang lain, saya yakin Ibu Bapak pasti sangat memperhatikan, mengikuti lewat media massa, tapi semakin banyak di dunia pemimpin-pemimpin dunia yang melihat bahwa pandemi COVID-19 akan menuju mereda. Dan kita lihat di Indonesia seperti itu. Maka itu kita lihat hari ini bisa ada pertemuan dengan skala seperti ini di ruangan ini, dan ini sangat encouraging. Encouraging buat kita semua karena kita makin pede, makin percaya diri. Tapi sambil kita percaya diri, jangan lupa setahun yang lalu, Agustus, September tahun lalu kita nggak berani duduk seperti ini. Kita kena varian Delta dan itu sangat berat kita harus hadapi. Namun saat ini pandemi sepertinya mereda, aktivitas ekonomi bisa kita jalankan, kita makin percaya diri, sudah vaksin, saya yakin hampir semua kita sudah vaksin, dan kita mungkin siap untuk vaksin-vaksin berikutnya. Namun resikonya bergeser. Dari resiko pandemi menjadi resiko global. Ada beberapa hal yang menyebabkan resiko globalnya muncul. Pertama, kita dari awal itu sudah membayangkan kalau pandeminya mau selesai, maka kegiatan ekonomi akan muncul, permintaan demand akan muncul, tetapi supply side-nya mungkin belum langsung bisa memproduksi barang dan jasa seperti sebelum pandemi. Maka akan ada mismatch, demand dan supply-nya akan ada mismatch. Akibatnya harga naik, inflasi. Jadi dari awal kita udah membayangkan inflasi akan terjadi kalau pandeminya mau berakhir. Yang kita tidak bayangkan awal tahun 2022 ini adalah Rusia nyerang Ukraina. Yang kemudian tiba-tiba membuat keseluruhan konstelasi dunia itu menjadi volatile secara serius. Beberapa harga menjadi sangat volatile. Kita bisa lihat harga gas, harga batu bara, harga minyak, harga CPO, harga di sini ada beberapa komoditas pangan lainnya. Luar biasa. Dan saya yakin bahwa ibu bapak yang ada di dunia usaha harus membuat perencanaan dengan situasi harga seperti ini. Dan ini bukan sesuatu yang mudah. Ini bukan sesuatu yang ya harganya naik terus kemudian naik turun. Nah karena itulah maka kita lihat juga di perekonomian dunia outlook sih bisa dibuat, tetapi kemudian terus sepanjang tahun outlooknya terus turun. Dan itu menjadi sesuatu yang harus kita antisipasi. Bagaimana dengan Indonesia? Indonesia beberapa data yang sifatnya jangka pendek atau data yang sifatnya intervalnya sangat pendek itu menunjukkan ada beberapa perbaikan. Itu kalau kita lihat prospek pertumbuhan jangka pendek kita masih cukup kuat, indikator konsumsi, indikator produksi dan investasi kita masih cukup encouraging. Kita lihat bahkan di PMI manufaktur kita yang sebelah kiri bawah itu, kita lihat di terakhir angkanya 53,7, Dan kita ada di dalam tren yang naik. Dunia usaha kita siap-siap. Kita mulai melihat dunia usaha kita itu sedang siap-siap untuk memproduksi lagi. Kita juga melihat pertumbuhan listrik selalu positif, sudah terus positif dari sejak pertengahan tahun 2021. Lalu kemudian juga kalau kita juga memantau secara detail spending index yang di kanan atas itu. Ibu Bapak sekalian, dalam konteks yang seperti itu, ini mungkin kalau slide berikutnya adalah menunjukkan sektor eksternal Indonesia yang sangat-sangat kuat. Neraca perdagangan kita melanjutkan surplus bulan September yang lalu, neraca perdagangan kita itu surplus untuk 29 bulan berturut-turut. Ekspor lebih besar daripada impor. Betul, harga komoditas sangat-sangat membantu kita. 29 bulan, 2 tahun lebih. Dan ini adalah satu momentum yang harus kita pakai supaya menunjukkan bahwa kita punya ground. Dan ini yang konsisten dengan data-data produksi dan data-data konsumsi yang tadi. Ibu Bapak sekalian, dengan konteks seperti itu, tentu nanti akan sangat banyak lagi yang lain. Dengan konteks seperti itu, global resikonya bergeser, tapi kita lihat Indonesia punya ground yang baik, maka cara pandang kita harus bagaimana? Cara pandang kita sejak beberapa bulan ini, sejak pertengahan tahun kami selalu menyampaikan 2, optimis dan waspada. Optimis karena kinerja perekonomian kita membaik. Ibu Bapak yang melakukan di dunia usaha nanti bisa kita inginkan memanfaatkan, menggunakan momentum perbaikan ekonomi tersebut, perbaikan konsumsi, perbaikan investasi dimanfaatkan, namun resiko ketidakpastian kita masih sangat tinggi. Amerika masih akan menaikkan Fed Fund Rate-nya, dan tentu itu menjadi pressure kepada seluruh negara di dunia. Dolarnya masih akan menguat, dan kemudian respons dari negara emerging market kemungkinan adalah mengarah kepada stabilitas harga. Ini yang mesti kita balance. Kita mesti membalance keduanya ini. Nah, dalam konteks itu caranya kalau kemudian masuk kepada apa yang dilakukan oleh APBN Ibu Bapak sekalian, tahun depan kita akan APBN selalu kita gunakan sebagai alat untuk mengabsorb shocks. APBN secara serius kita desain untuk mengabsorb shocks di perekonomian. Ketika pandemi 2020, kegiatan ekonomi harus turun, artinya konsumsinya negatif, investasi negatif, ekspor impor negatif, maka pengeluaran pemerintah adalah satu-satunya yang positif. Mengabsorb shock supaya tidak meluncur lebih dalam lagi. Namun ketika kegiatan ekonomi sudah mulai muncul, konsumsi naik, investasi naik, Ibu Bapak tadi PMI manufakturnya udah mulai kelihatan, maka APBN akan kita sehatkan kembali. Karena waktu APBN itu mengabsorb shocks dari pandemi di tahun 2020, caranya APBN mengabsorb shocks itu adalah dengan meningkatkan belanja walaupun penerimaannya turun. Walaupun penerimaan turun, belanja tetap naik sehingga defisitnya tetap naik. Ibu Bapak sekalian, ini adalah logika berpikir yang harus kita seriusi. APBN-nya membuat sedemikian hingga ketika konsumsi, investasi, ekspor, impor bisa naik, APBN-nya akan tetap defisit. Ke tahun depan APBN-nya akan tetap defisit. Belanja akan tetap lebih besar dari pendapatan negara, namun level defisitnya kita turunkan. Kita kembali ke bawah 3%. Pada Pak Wihadi saya baru lihat, Pak Wihadi. Kita kemudian pastikan bahwa defisitnya itu bisa turun. Karena defisit yang turun itu adalah menunjukkan APBN yang sehat. Debt to GDP ratio kita mesti kita pastikan tidak melambung seperti negara-negara lain. Saat ini sekitar 39%, kita akan tahan di sekitar itu. Debt to GDP ratio kita akan kita tahan di sekitar itu. Ibu Bapak sekalian, banyak negara selama 2 tahun, 3 tahun terakhir ini debt to GDP-nya itu melambung. Bahkan beberapa negara sudah sampai ke tingkat di mana ya, bahkan beberapa negara sudah sampai ke tingkat di mana pemerintahnya harus minta izin DPR-nya untuk meningkatkan ruang debt to GDP ratio. Indonesia masih jauh di bawah. Ruang yang diberikan oleh undang-undang adalah 60%, maksimum kita di sekitar 39. Kalau akhir tahun ini menjadi sekitar 40, oke. Nah Ibu Bapak sekalian, APBN sebagai shock absorber ini yang harus kita lakukan, dan di tahun depan 2023 APBN defisitnya kita desain di 2,84% dari PDB, kembali ke bawah, dan dengan beberapa sasaran strategi pembangunan seperti ini. Tingkat kemiskinan kita terus turunkan, pengangguran, rasio Gini terus kita turunkan, dan tahun depan kita perkirakan growth ada di sekitar angka 5,3%, inflasi di sekitar 3,6%. Kita juga senang bahwa saat ini inflasi kita cukup terkendali di 5,95%, dan itu bahkan setelah kita menyesuaikan harga BBM. Sehingga kita bisa kontrol terus. Ibu Bapak sekalian, banyak negara lain yang kalau kita lihat inflasinya itu di double digit. Saya nggak tahu nih, staf saya bisa mengeluarkan angkanya atau enggak perbandingan Indonesia dengan negara lain. Kalau bisa silakan dikeluarkan. Tapi kita di 5,95% manageable. Dan kita akan upayakan terus dengan koordinasi dengan Bank Indonesia, dengan OJK, dengan institusi yang lain untuk memastikan itu. Namun sekarang saya ingin masuk ke bagian berikutnya. Kalau kita selesai pandeminya mereda, lalu kita melihat pemulihan, maka kita itu mesti berpikir mengenai new source of economic growth. Sumber-sumber pertumbuhan ekonomi baru. Dan kita melihat ada beberapa titik yang ingin saya share kepada Ibu Bapak sekalian pada pagi hari ini. Di acara yang baik ini. Pertama adalah kita harus terus melanjutkan hilirisasi produksi kita. Hilirisasi produk-produk tambang kita harus kita teruskan. Ibu Bapak melihat beberapa waktu terakhir ini Indonesia sangat serius dengan hilirisasi. Tambang kita sedapat mungkin jangan kita jual secara raw material. Dan beberapa malah kita mengatakan larang ekspor produksi di dalam negeri, diolah di dalam negeri. Dan ini rangkaiannya banyak. Jadi nanti baik di sisi minerba, APBN siap memberikan insentif. APBN siap memberikan relaksasi. Hilirisasi menjadi sumber pertumbuhan ekonomi baru. Kita nggak boleh nggak boleh capek, nggak boleh lelah, memastikan undang terus. Undang FDI, undang modal-modal domestik, melakukan hilirisasi dari produk-produk tambang kita. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua adalah dorong penggunaan produksi dalam negeri. Dorong penggunaan produksi dalam negeri. Dan ini Bapak Presiden berkali-kali, dan kita secara detail melihat, betul-betul melihat APBN. Yang tahun depan itu APBN kita Ibu Bapak sekalian, lebih dari 3.000 triliun belanjanya. Dari sekitar 3.000 triliun itu, hampir 750 triliun sudah kita identifikasi harusnya bisa untuk belanja produk dalam negeri. Ini akan kita tekuni, kita telateni, dan kita ingin memastikan bahwa belanja produksi dalam negeri ini bisa menjadi sumber pertumbuhan baru. Ibu Bapak sekalian, ini relatifly jangka pendek. Yang jangka menengah, saya ingin menyampaikan kepada Ibu Bapak sekalian, new source of economic growth untuk Indonesia adalah transition ekonomi menuju green. Transition ekonomi menuju green akan membuka peluang-peluang pertumbuhan baru. Saat ini kita sudah komit. Kita akan melakukan transition ekonomis. Caranya gimana? Caranya adalah membuat Indonesia berkomitmen mencapai net zero emission 2060 atau lebih cepat. Dan ini berarti kita harus melakukan dua hal. Bapak sekalian, kita harus melakukan dua hal. Pertama, kita harus mengurangi yang batu bara, pembangkit listrik yang batu bara. Dan kedua, kita membangun renewables. Dua hal ini kita lakukan bahkan atau kedua narasi ini kita ingin taruh bahkan pada saat Indonesia sekarang surplus listrik. Surplus listrik, tapi nggak akan menghentikan kita melakukan transition ekonomi menuju net zero emission. Ini peluang besar yang luar biasa. Dan untuk ini nanti karena saya diberitahu bahwa acara hari ini termasuk MUFG, Danamon akan konsentrasi kepada salah satu diskusi adalah sektor otomotif yang menuju transition ekonomi menuju green economies. Ini sangat membutuhkan pemikiran kita semua, dan Ibu Bapak sekalian kami ajak untuk menekuni transition menuju green economies. Yang keempat, Ibu Bapak sekalian, sumber pertumbuhan ekonomi baru Indonesia ke depan adalah perlunya kita memperdalam sektor keuangan, financial sector deepening. Ini agenda yang semi jangka pendek. Saat ini kita ada di dalam proses untuk membicarakan rancangan undang-undang pengembangan sektor keuangan Indonesia. Yang kita desain di slide yang tadi aja tetap. Karena kita melihat bahwa ada beberapa permasalahan di atas yang saat ini. Basically adalah karena sektor keuangan kita itu quite shallow. Belum cukup dalam. Dan ini adalah masalah literasi, masalah biaya transaksi, instrumen keuangan yang harus kita buka supaya bisa lebih banyak, lebih variatif, lebih kreatif, juga perlindungan konsumen dan juga koordinasi di menjaga stabilitas sistem keuangan. Ibu Bapak dari DPR kita telah merumuskan rancangan undang-undang tersebut dan pemerintah akan merespons dan akan membicarakan itu dengan DPR. Dan kita harapkan bahwa kita akan bisa menuju reformasi pengembangan dan penguatan sektor keuangan yang di bawah ini. Kita ingin meningkatkan akses seluruh masyarakat kepada sektor keuangan. Kita ingin memperkuat sumber pembiayaan, ya, utamanya jangka panjang. Daya saing dan efisiensi harus kita naikkan, instrumen dan perlindungan konsumen. Ini adalah titik-titik penting dari diskusi kita mengenai sumber pertumbuhan ekonomi jangka panjang, khususnya yang bisa difasilitasi oleh sektor keuangan sebagai intermediasi. Ini tentu banyak sekali yang mesti kita lakukan, tetapi saya sekali lagi ingin memberikan apresiasi kepada MUFG, Danamon, dan Adira yang menyelenggarakan acara Economic Outlook Indonesia Summit 2023, Rebuild the Economy. 4 bidang tadi saya rasa adalah elemen penting ketika kita mencari sumber-sumber pertumbuhan ekonomi baru. Kita mulai dengan hilirisasi. Kita lakukan penggunaan produk dalam negeri sebesar mungkin. Ketiga, kita pastikan climate change kita menjadi kegiatan ekonomi yang baru, yang kemarin belum ada kegiatan ekonomi baru. Dan yang keempat, kita perkuat sektor keuangan kita dengan undang-undang yang sekarang kita sedang rumuskan. Selamat berdiskusi, semoga bisa memunculkan ide-ide baru dan penguatan kepada ekonomi Indonesia menuju pemulihan yang makin steady. Terima kasih, saya tutup. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, His Excellency Suhasil Nazara, for the very powerful insights. Now we would like to ask His Excellency to remain on stage. Once again, we would like to invite His Excellency Suhasil Nazara to remain on stage, as we also invite Mr. J.B. Kristiadi to present a token of appreciation. We'd also like to join us on stage to have a photo op Mr. Yasushi Itagaki, Mr. Kazushige Nakajima, and Mr. Dewamade Susila. The token of appreciation is given to thank the Excellency for their support and participation in this event. Once again, for the press and media, kindly join us in the center of the stage as we're having a photo op right now. You may return to your seats, and once again we thank His Excellency Suhasil Nazara for your attendance and for the inspiring remarks. Next, we will hear the keynote speech from His Excellency Zulkifli Hasan, Minister of Trade, Republic of Indonesia, represented by His Excellency Kasan Muhri, Head of Trade Policy of Minister of Trade, Republic of Indonesia. To His Excellency Kasan Muhri, you may have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Yang saya hormati tuan rumah penyelenggaraan Indonesia Summit Rebuild Economy tahun 2022, Bapak atau Yasushi Itagaki-san, dan juga barusan senior saya juga, kolega saya Pak Wamen, Pak Suhasil, ada ini juga senior saya Pak Bambang yang saya hormati, Bapak Ibu dari seluruh MUFG Group, dan juga tentunya para hadirin sekalian yang hadir pada pagi hari ini. Pertama-tama saya ingin menyampaikan permohonan maaf dari Pak Mendag, Pak Zulkifli Hasan, karena beliau ada agenda lain sehingga menugaskan saya untuk menyampaikan ataupun menghadiri kegiatan ini. Saya mungkin tidak persis menyampaikan apa yang ada di slide disiapkan. Saya ingin memulai dengan apa yang tadi melanjutkan, sudah diingatkan, sudah diinformasikan oleh Pak Wamen mengenai situasi global. Khususnya tentu adalah kaitan dengan sektor perdagangan, baik perdagangan luar negeri, ekspor impor, maupun perdagangan dalam negeri. Kementerian Perdagangan ada dua policy utama. Yang pertama adalah kaitan dengan perdagangan dalam negeri, khususnya dalam stabilisasi harga pangan dan ketersediaan dari pangan. Dan ini yang kita rasakan sejak adanya tadi Pak Wamen menyinggung, sebenarnya pada saat di 2021 yang lalu kita sudah dimulai dengan adanya super cycle commodity yang harganya cukup tinggi, lalu kemudian ditambah dengan impact dari adanya perang Rusia dan Ukraina yang dimulai bulan Februari 2022, sehingga ini memicu yang namanya adalah inflasi global. Dari situ kemudian kita memahami bahwa proyeksi perdagangan global baik tahun ini maupun tahun depan diprediksi akan mengalami perlambatan. Bahkan WTO memprediksi kalau kita lihat di tahun depan itu hanya tumbuh 1% untuk perdagangan barang. Ini sesuatu yang kalau kita lihat mungkin dari sisi ekspor kalau kita catat rata-rata kalau sebelum pandemi ekspor itu sekitar 17 triliun US dollar. Kalau hanya tumbuh 1% itu nilai yang sangat besar. Nah, oleh karena itu dalam konteks kebijakan perdagangan yang berimbas kepada ekspor kita, kami mencermati penuh negara-negara yang menjadi tujuan ekspor utama. Kita mencatat kemarin sudah ada yang merilis beberapa pertumbuhan ekonomi di triwulan 3 misalnya. Cina dari 0,4 Q2 2022 menjadi 3,9, itu sesuatu perbaikan yang sebenarnya cukup menjanjikan. Tapi kami lihat bahwa pemicu dari pertumbuhan ekonomi Cina di Q3 itu ternyata dari sisi produksi dan yang kedua adalah investasi. Karena demand atau konsumsi dalam negerinya yang diindikasi oleh angka penjualan retail di dalam negeri itu justru masih melambat. Plus angka pengangguran juga masih tinggi. Nah, Cina sebagai negara tujuan ekspor kita terbesar saat ini dan juga sumber impor kita terbesar saat ini, tentu ini memberikan satu celah bagi kita untuk bisa tetap terhubung perdagangan kita dengan Cina, baik itu melalui ekspor maupun dengan impor yang kita butuhkan. Situasi yang berbeda tentu ada di kawasan negara tradisional kita yang lain, di Uni Eropa. Saya kira Uni Eropa pasar kita untuk ekspor, tadi mungkin Pak Wamen juga sudah menyinggung beberapa kinerja terutama primer, produk primer, dan terutama adalah untuk energi. Kita bisa lihat juga bulan September yang lalu pada saat rilis oleh BPS, biodiesel, batubara masih memperlihatkan kinerja yang cukup baik. Artinya kebutuhan energi di kawasan Uni Eropa yang juga dihadapi dengan situasi harga energi dan pangan cukup tinggi, sebenarnya itu juga menjadi peluang yang bisa kita raih untuk peningkatan ekspor dari sisi produk-produk primer. Saya yakin bahwa situasi yang diprediksi, diproyeksi tahun ini dan tahun depan mulai mengalami krisis, itu masih tetap kita ada celah untuk bisa dimanfaatkan. Minimal adalah produk-produk primer, produk-produk kebutuhan primer dari masyarakat. Baik itu makanan minuman, tadi energi, lalu hal yang juga menjadi pertimbangan adalah produk-produk yang kaitan dengan penyelenggaraan kegiatan atau aktivitas kita seperti saat ini melalui kegiatan yang digitalisasi. Jadi saya kira produk pendukung untuk kegiatan-kegiatan atau aktivitas yang kaitannya dengan digitalisasi ini juga akan menjadi bagian penting selama kita menghadapi situasi yang krisis atau diprediksi akan krisis dengan adanya proyeksi dari perlambatan pertumbuhan ekonomi dunia maupun perlambatan dari perdagangan dunia. Situasi yang lain adalah saya kira kita juga tetap kebijakan untuk menggarap pasar non tradisional. Ini yang juga menjadi target. Jadi ada pasar pertama adalah di Timur Tengah, lalu kemudian di Afrika, lalu kemudian di Asia Selatan, dan sedikit beberapa di Asia Barat atau Asia Tengah, plus Amerika Latin. Mungkin secara value relatif lebih kecil dibandingkan dengan tujuan ekspor kita yang pasar tradisional, seperti tadi Amerika, lalu kemudian Cina, lalu kemudian negara-negara di Asia Timur. Tapi dalam situasi di mana negara tujuan ekspor tradisional kita, khususnya Uni Eropa, lalu kemudian Cina tadi ada sedikit perbaikan, tetapi sebenarnya perlambatannya sudah sangat jauh dari rata-rata pertumbuhan ekonomi sebelumnya, dan juga situasi Amerika, ini akan menjadi bagian dari kompensasi kita untuk bisa mempertahankan kinerja ekspor. Pemetaan ini kita lakukan dengan salah satu pertimbangan bahwa kita mengidentifikasi dan menggarap negara-negara yang secara kondisi perbaikan ekonomi dan kondisi ekonominya masih relatif baik dan tidak terdampak terlalu parah oleh krisis. India misalnya di Asia Selatan dan juga Bangladesh, saya kira potensi untuk tetap kita garap masih besar. India pertumbuhan ekonomi masih double digit di Q2, dan rasanya Q3 saat ini nanti mungkin sebentar lagi akan rilis juga India akan kemungkinan pertumbuhan ekonominya akan juga double digit. Sehingga ini juga potensi besar kita untuk bisa menggarap pasar India sebagai mitra dagang kita saat ini sudah posisi nomor 4 sampai nomor 5. Dan ini sangat besar, dan kita surplus dengan India cukup besar. Surplus dengan negara yang di ASEAN juga cukup besar. Salah satunya adalah Filipina misalnya. Nah, itu adalah policy yang kita siapkan. Jadi tetap kita berupaya untuk mempertahankan ekspor atau kinerja ekspor kepada negara-negara yang negara yang tradisional, tapi juga kita tetap menggarap pasar-pasar yang non tradisional itu tadi. Nah, dari sisi produk tentu ini adalah kembali kepada situasi ekonomi yang diprediksi atau diperkirakan tahun depan akan mengalami krisis. Mungkin satu pesan satu pesan yang bisa kita jalankan dalam situasi krisis menurut saya, pasti semua orang akan mengalami tekanan terhadap daya beli, mengurangi konsumsi atau demand, tapi rasanya kita akan sangat baik memahami bahwa situasi krisis masyarakat akan lebih baik membeli, mengkonsumsi barang-barang yang menjadi kebutuhannya, tapi tidak membeli sesuatu yang sesuai keinginannya. Nah, ini mungkin juga akan kita pahami. Itu yang akan berdampak kepada demand di negara-negara tujuan ekspor kita. Lalu situasi di dalam negeri, perdagangan dalam negeri, sektoralnya ya, perdagangan, hotel dan restoran, termasuk di situ perdagangan retail. Saya kira satu hal yang juga kita jaga adalah pertama stabilisasi dari harga-harga yang terutama volatile food atau harga bahan pangan. Karena sektor perdagangan ini juga memberikan kontribusi terhadap pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional. Sama halnya dengan ekspor dan impor di perdagangan luar negeri, di perdagangan yang sektoral di dalam negeri, termasuk retail, saya kira ini juga memberikan kontribusi yang cukup baik. Tadi Pak Wamen sudah menggambarkan beberapa data dan fakta yang indeks kepercayaan konsumen, indeks penjualan retail, semua masih pada indeks yang memperlihatkan ekspansi di sisi konsumen dan retail. Artinya ini konsumsi rumah tangga di dalam negeri masih memberikan kontribusi yang cukup baik terhadap pertumbuhan ekonomi. Dan ini pun tentu memberikan dampak terhadap kegiatan masyarakat, kegiatan perdagangan di dalam negeri termasuk retail. Saat ini kami melihat dampak daripada inflasi pangan itu cukup memberikan dampak yang signifikan. Namun demikian, kita memahami bahwa siklus harga komoditi sebenarnya saat ini sudah mulai tren menurun. Nah, ini juga saya kira yang kita hadapi dari beberapa produk pangan yang terutama dari impor, misalnya gandum, lalu kedelai, lalu daging, lalu kemudian gula. Kalau kita lihat perkembangan harganya dibandingkan tahun lalu, sebenarnya sudah menuju kepada tren yang menurun. Cuman masalahnya sekarang ada tambahan risiko dari adanya yaitu nilai tukar. Akibat dari inflasi tadi, lalu kemudian tadi Pak Wamen juga sudah menyampaikan beberapa gambaran, berbagai negara bank sentralnya melakukan kenaikan atau menaikkan suku bunga. Yang ini untuk meredam inflasi. Dan ini kita rasakan. Jadi dua impact yang dari faktor tadi kenaikan harga yang sebelumnya sudah terjadi, lalu kemudian ini berimbas kepada adanya pengetatan dari sisi kebijakan moneter yang kemudian kepada nilai tukar, dan ini mungkin hal yang dihadapi oleh pelaku usaha terutama yang bahan bakunya ada komponen impor. Ini juga menjadi catatan. Sehingga kami Kementerian Perdagangan paham betul bahwa ini jangan sampai ada gangguan logistik atau kelancaran terhadap kegiatan bahan baku ini. Nah, tapi bagi pelaku yang melakukan ekspor, tentu ini agak berbeda. Pasti dengan depresiasi rupiah saat ini, ya berkahnya tentu ada. Karena komoditi-komoditi yang tadi yang sifatnya komoditi yang mungkin tidak ada atau sangat kecil sekali kandungan impornya, itu akan mendapatkan price yang sangat kompetitif di mata para buyer dari luar negeri. Dan ini saya kira juga sejalan dengan tadi kebutuhan primer dari masyarakat di berbagai dunia, yang salah satunya adalah kebutuhan primer dari sektor komoditi dan energi. Nah, ini juga menjadi bagian penting dari kebijakan kita di perdagangan dalam negeri, selain memastikan stabilisasi harga dari bahan pangan, tapi juga ketersediaannya juga ini menjadi bagian penting dari policy di perdagangan dalam negeri. Kita tidak banyak melakukan intervensi terhadap stabilisasi harga untuk beberapa pangan, karena pertama adalah tidak semua pangan yang kita impor diatur atau dibatasi bahkan dilarang. Yang ada adalah mekanisme pasar, dan berharap itu juga akan menjadi bagian dari kelancaran untuk pemenuhan dan ketersediaan dari bahan baku kalau itu masih dibutuhkan impor. Tapi dari sisi yang lain kita juga ada kebijakan yang berbarengan, tadi Pak Wamen sudah juga menyebut, yaitu kita saat ini kesempatannya untuk menggalakkan penggunaan produk dalam negeri. Ini juga jadi penting, penggunaan produksi dalam negeri, dan yang lebih penting lagi adalah bukan hanya penggunaan atau produksi, tapi beli produk-produk dalam negeri. Tadi kalau dari Mas Pion bilang kalau udah begini beli produk-produk dalam negeri. Ini juga penting, ya. Karena kalau hanya diproduksi, dipromosikan tapi tidak dibeli, tidak akan bergerak. Jadi lebih penting lagi adalah beli produk-produk dalam negeri. Ini juga penting. Nah, ini bisa menjadi bagian dari solusi kita menghadapi situasi inflasi pangan dan juga ketersediaan pangan yang berasal dari dalam negeri. Sehingga bangga buatan Indonesia, cinta produk Indonesia, dan beli produk Indonesia, saya kira ini saatnya yang tepat dalam situasi kita menghadapi keterbatasan pasokan pangan dari sumber-sumber impor akibat adanya salah satu faktor geopolitik perang Ukraina dan Rusia tadi. Nah, yang terakhir yang ingin juga saya tekankan, sampaikan, satu policy yang juga Pak Mendag sangat terus dilakukan adalah yang kaitan dengan, tadi saya sempat singgung, digitalisasi atau ekonomi digital. Rasanya dunia perbankan sekarang sudah banyak sekali juga memikirkan masuk kepada digital payment ini. Karena transaksi e-commerce di Indonesia merupakan salah satu yang terbesar dalam kontribusinya terhadap ekonomi digital. Tahun 2021 yang lalu masih puluhan miliar dolar, tapi di tahun 2025 diperkirakan lebih dari 100 miliar US dollar. Ini juga menjadi bagian penting dari policy di kebijakan perdagangan, khususnya kaitan dengan digitalisasi untuk kegiatan perdagangan. Baik itu melalui platform-platform digital, termasuk kita yaitu mendorong adanya digitalisasi dari pasar tradisional, pasar rakyat. Ya. Kalau di istilah ekspor itu pasar tradisional artinya kita pasar-pasar utama seperti Uni Eropa, Jepang, Cina, ya. Tapi kalau di lokal, di dalam negeri yang kita sebut pasar tradisional itu pasar rakyat. Jadi terminologinya agak sama, tetapi itu maksudnya beda. Jadi digitalisasi pasar rakyat ini juga menjadi bagian penting karena untuk menjaga tadi salah satu adalah kaitan dengan menggerakkan lebih cepat penjualan dari para pedagang pasar. Yang kedua kita bisa memantau dan juga mendeteksi perkembangan harga secara digital juga. Kita juga bagian dari digitalisasi ini kami memantau setiap hari harga-harga dari sekitar 22 komoditi di 517 pasar di seluruh Indonesia di sekitar 414 kabupaten kota. Jadi setiap hari kalau istilah Pak Mendag, saya sarapannya pagi-pagi itu lihat data mengenai harga pangan. Di seluruh Indonesia untuk 22 komoditi, mana yang merah, mana yang hijau, mana yang warna kuning gitu. Kalau udah merah berarti ini ada gejolak atau ada sesuatu yang terjadi dengan kenaikan harga pangan. Nah, saat ini kebetulan kita sangat memonitor penuh satu harga beras yang sudah mulai naik, lalu yang kedua harga kedelai, yang ketiga harga tepung terigu. Tepung terigu berasal dari gandum, tapi kita membaca harga gandum sebenarnya sekarang sudah mulai turun. Cuman itu tadi tambahannya dari depresiasi nilai tukar, sehingga itu akan membebani. Harga kedelai juga sama, terjadi sekarang masih tinggi karena pembeliannya di bulan Juli dan Agustus yang lalu. Kita perkirakan untuk 2 bulan ke depan melalui pembelian yang bulan September dan Oktober karena sudah turun, harusnya nanti akhir tahun sampai awal tahun itu sudah tidak dijual dengan harga yang tinggi. Karena itu tadi ada time lag pada saat kita mendatangkan barang-barang dari sumber pasokannya. Kalau beras sudah juga dalam polisi yang sudah diterapkan memberikan tambahan kepada Bulog untuk segera membeli ya beras dengan minimal 300.000 ton karena cadangan Bulog terakhir sekitar 700.000 ton. Idealnya sebenarnya 1 juta sampai 1,5 juta cadangan yang ada di Bulog, tapi karena sekarang situasinya harga mulai naik, tentu Bulog bersaing dengan perusahaan-perusahaan swasta yang membeli gabah atau membeli beras. Dan ini sudah dilakukan solusinya untuk bagaimana Bulog sebagai organ pemerintah untuk bisa memiliki cadangan dan bisa bagian dari stabilisasi harga. Jadi Bapak Ibu harus kita ketahui bahwa pemerintah untuk pangan ini belum banyak yang memiliki cadangan. Beras salah satunya, lalu kemudian yang lain sedang berjalan adalah untuk minyak goreng dan juga untuk nanti bahan-bahan pangan lainnya. Jadi saya kira boleh saya sampaikan terakhir bahwa kebijakan perdagangan di sisi perdagangan luar negeri, di sisi ekspor, kita tetap akan lakukan dengan mengejut untuk pasar-pasar non-tradisional maupun mempertahankan pasar-pasar yang tradisional. Dengan catatan tadi, situasinya adalah di Uni Eropa, di Amerika, di Cina sebagai 3 pasar besar kita, itu harus tetap kita waspadai, tapi celah kita tetap ada. Lalu yang non-tradisional tadi adalah kita menggarap ke beberapa ya Timur Tengah, Afrika, Asia Selatan, Asia Barat, lalu Amerika Latin, dan kita membukanya salah satu melalui perjanjian-perjanjian perdagangan yang nanti mungkin kalau sesuai dengan rencana tanggal 3 November nanti ratifikasi untuk perjanjian kita dengan Uni Emirat Arab. Ini juga akan menjadi bagian dari polisi pemerintah untuk membuka pasar. Karena Uni Emirat Arab hub untuk negara-negara selain Timur Tengah, Afrika, bisa juga ke Eropa. Lalu hal yang kedua yang saya sampaikan adalah kebijakan perdagangan dalam negeri. Stabilisasi harga dan juga ketersediaannya ini tentu ya dari fakta yang ada dari harga sekarang alhamdulillah mungkin sudah relatif stabil, tapi di luar itu pekerjaannya rasanya tidak mudah juga ya, karena harga pangan ini kalau naik kita disalahin, kalau harga pangan ini juga turun kita disalahin juga gitu. Jadi kalau harga gabah naik konsumen teriak, tapi petani harusnya kan mendapatkan margin keuntungan. Tapi pada saat harga berasnya turun, petani yang teriak. Jadi tidak mudah sebenarnya untuk memastikan bahwa polisi yang kaitan stabilisasi harga ini pas bagi konsumen maupun produsen. Kita lebih condong malah cenderung kepada keberpihakannya banyak sekali pangan ini kepada konsumen. Termasuk yang lain-lain. Kalau harga telur naik, konsumen teriak. Harga ayam naik, konsumen teriak juga. Tapi produsennya atau peternaknya sebenarnya tidak sepanjang tahun dia dapat untung. Nah, yang terakhir adalah kaitan dengan kita juga kebijakan untuk digitalisasi atau bagian dari ekonomi digital. Kami menyadari bahwa polisi di bidang ekonomi digital ini salah satunya di e-commerce itu ke depan pergerakan lebih cepat daripada kami di regulator. Dan ini perkembangannya jauh lebih pesat ya dibandingkan dengan pemahaman kami bagaimana ini tetap bisa jalan, tapi regulasi yang ada tidak mengerem atau tidak menjadi constraint untuk terus berkembangnya ekonomi digital. Itu mungkin beberapa hal yang bisa saya sampaikan, dan sekali lagi terima kasih atas kesempatan yang diberikan, dan tentu saya sampaikan permohonan maaf dari Pak Mendak untuk acara pada hari ini karena beliau berhalangan untuk tidak hadir pada kesempatan ini. Demikian saya sampaikan, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, His Excellency. Please remain on the stage to receive a token of appreciation. We'd like to invite Mr. Yasushi Itagaki to present a token of appreciation to His Excellency Kasan Muri. And we also like to invite to join us on the stage to have a photo of Mr. JB Kristiadi, Mr. Kazushige Nakajima, Mr. Dewamade Susila. The token of appreciation is given to thank the Excellency for his support and participation in this event. Thank you, gentlemen. You may return to your seat, and we would like to once again thank His Excellency Kasan Muhri for the insightful remarks and for his attendance in our events. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding to the panel discussion, and at the end of the panel discussion, we will have a question and answer session. For the audience in the venue, kindly scan the QR code on your table, enter the link that appears, and type down your question in the space provided. For the audience participating online, kindly type in your question in the Q&A box on your Zoom, and remember to let us know your name, institution, and the name of the speaker whom you would like to address your question to, if any. Should you need any interpretation, kindly use the SIS on your table. Di akhir diskusi panel, kita akan mengadakan sesi tanya-jawab. Untuk hadirin di ruangan ini, silakan pindai code QR di meja Anda, masukkan ke dalam tautan yang muncul, dan ketik pertanyaan Anda di kolom yang disediakan. Untuk hadirin yang berpartisipasi secara online, silakan ketik pertanyaan Anda di kotak Q&A pada Zoom Anda. Mohon untuk memberitahu kami nama institusi Anda, serta nama pembicara yang ingin Anda tuju jika ada. Dan jika Anda membutuhkan akses interpretasi, silahkan gunakan SIS yang terdapat di meja Anda. We will begin the panel discussion in a few moments.
MUFG.
distinguished audience, we will now begin the first panel discussion.
The COVID-19 pandemic has left us with new challenges to face. We are on the path to recovery, but not all countries have the resources to emerge from the crisis. The geopolitical shockwaves that triggered barriers to trade between countries, causing global recession, giving rise to more persistent price pressures, have led us to tightening monetary policies. With all of these factors affecting us, can we rebuild a sustainable economic recovery?
Moderating this session will be Ms. Kania Sutisnawinata, senior journalist. Prior to that, Ms. Kania Sutisnawinata was the CEO of Medcom.id and Deputy Editor-in-Chief, Senior Anchor of Metro TV. She has been the MC and moderator for numerous seminars, press conferences, public expose, product and book launch for over 10 years. Without further ado, let us invite Ms. Kania Sutisnawinata to moderate the session.
Welcome, Ms. Kania Sutisnawinata, senior journalist.
Hello, very good morning to all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would also like to thank you, Putu Ayu, for that very nice introduction. Again, I would like to welcome everyone to our first session of the Indonesia Summit 2023. And first and foremost, I would also like to extend my deepest appreciation. I would like to thank you, MUFG Indonesia, Bank Danamon, as well as Adira Finance, for inviting me to take part in this prestigious event. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Kania Sutisnawinata, and it is my utmost pleasure to be moderating for this event, where we'll be discussing in summary on how the current global environment has and will affect the economy and industry in 2023, especially in the Asia region and Indonesia in particular. So as we also heard previously from our keynote speakers, I think we saw basically some of the policy measures that has been implemented and will be implemented by the government through the Ministry of Finance and also through the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. And with this session that we are going to begin, we are also hoping to gain an understanding as well as insight in how best to proceed forward and also thrive, identify perhaps the many opportunities ahead amid the current challenges that we are facing. So for this very first panel discussion, entitled Tackling Uncertainty to Build Sustainable Economic Recovery, we are hoping to address on how the entire global economy is currently experiencing rising inflation as a key issue to be aware of, and on how neither Indonesia nor Asia can escape the rising prices and will be affected by economic volatility to some extent, and to what extent. This is what we are hoping to discuss further. And as we can see, with the future so uncertain, investors are avoiding risk and the flow of goods and finances are perhaps slowing down. Then how can we, as a nation, how can Indonesia prepare and also recover from this situation? And to discuss this further, it is my honor to introduce the following panel of experts, policymakers, and also global player to please join me on stage. First and foremost, we'd like to invite our first speaker to the stage, Mr. Hiroshi Watanabe, President of the Institute for International Monetary Affairs and former CEO of JBIC. Please welcome. Mr. Hiroshi joined the Japanese Ministry of Finance in 1972 and had occupied several important positions within the ministry. And since October 2016, he has been president of the Institute for International Monetary Affairs. Welcome, Mr. Watanabe. Please take your seats. And I will take my seat as well as we proceed introducing our next speaker, which is the second speaker. To the stage, I'd like to invite Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro, former Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome. Mr. Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, welcome, sir, to the stage. Is a leading Indonesian economist who served as finance minister under President Joko Widodo's administration from 2014 to 2016. And he's also active in numerous organizations such as the Asia Development Bank Institute, the Indonesian Economists Association, and currently he's also serving as the chairman of Indonesian Forum Foundation. And as an advisor, he's mostly been involved in the Audit Committee, Good Governance, and SDGs related roles, including energy. A very good morning to you, sir. Thank you again for joining us. And next, our third speaker, I would like to invite Ibu Mashita Kristalin, a special advisor to the Minister of the Finance Republic of Indonesia on macroeconomic and fiscal policy. Please welcome. A big round of applause, please. Ibu Mashita Kristalin is not only currently serving as special advisor to the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia on macro and also fiscal policy, she's also the Indonesia Investment Authority spokesperson. Again, welcome to you, Ibu Mashita. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And last but not least, let's have the fourth speaker to the stage. I'd like to invite Ibu Shinta Kamdani, chair of the B20 Summit and CEO of the Sintesa Group. There she is. Thank you so much for that big round of applause. Thank you, Ibu Sinta, for joining us on this occasion. Ibu Sinta is the owner and CEO of Sintesa Group. She was chosen by the United Nations as one of 30 global corporate leaders to join the Global Investors for Sustainable Development. She was also elected to serve as chair of B20 Indonesia during the Indonesian presidency at the 2022 G20 Summit. Again, welcome to our remarkable panel. It is such a pleasure to have all of you with us. Watanabe-san is joining us all the way from Tokyo. Such a pleasure to have you with us. And to start off our session, I'd like to start with a round of presentation where each of our speakers will deliver a brief presentation of perhaps about 10 minutes each. If you can please mind the time so we have flexibility on a lot more discussion and also Q&A towards the end. And for the first presentation, I would like to give the opportunity to Watanabe-san to perhaps give us a glance of the global economy in 2023 and what to expect in the Asia region, as well as what are perhaps the key events that might significantly affect the global economic stability in 2023. Watanabe-san, the floor is yours.
My speech was well, thank you, Kanya, and good morning, and ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate it for being invited here to make some presentation to that. And I believe already the two previous speakers from the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Trade has very much elegantly illustrated the points we have to face in the coming days to that. So I'm very much afraid that I have nothing to add the presentation, but I'd like to show you in the quite different way what we have to face in the coming days on that. So the two speakers has listed the points on that. So just I like to reiterate again the aftermath of COVID-19, inflation, and the change in the U.S. monetary policy, and the Russian operation in Ukraine, and the tension between United States and China. The first one is the COVID-19. Already WHO says we are going to see the end in very short sight on that. But unfortunately, the COVID-19 has already given the political issues to the many governments on that. Rich people has less contamination, but the poor people has been so much damage to that. Such kind of situation has been very much highlighted after the COVID-19 infection to that. And from now on, I think most of the developed country has overcome the situation, and they are now taking the policy of with the COVID-19. But still, the emerging economy and the developing countries has very less level of the vaccination to that. So not only the West, but the rest of the country, the world, should take the very much good health care on that. But also after the COVID-19 would be over, but still the many countries has to show and has to face the difficulty. They have spent big money to cope with the COVID-19. So the big amount of the debt has been already coming down to give the stress of the people to that. And also China has still taken the zero corona policy to that. So they have still making some of the lockdown. It has big negative impact for the Chinese economy. Also, it has big negative impact for the world economy, including Asia. And we are very much waiting for what would happen in the global economy after the COVID-19 is over. The next one is inflation. The many countries are afraid or they forget what's happened in inflation. Most of the country is very much difficult fighting against the deflation. But now inflation starts in the United States and followed by the European countries. And it would be over to the many countries in the world to that. And every price is going up. It's a very much big demand for people. And now the United States Federal Reserve Board, the central bank of the United States, tackling on the issues. But I think the monster is too strong and the FRB is not so much strong to fight against that. Even though we'd like to have the FRB is going to tame the inflation, but it is not so easy. And the central bank always demands we have the good tools to fight against the inflation, even though we are not good at for the fight against the deflation. But we have a little doubt on that. Already last 20 years, most of the developed economies doesn't have any experience of the inflation. So how the central bank can work from now on is a little bit doubtful to that. So we have to closely monitor the situation to that. And if the interest rate is going up to fight against the inflation, it has some lead to the recession in the coming days on that. And also such kind of the inflation give the change of the United States in monetary policy to that. Already FRB has raised the interest rate many times to that. So it has big change of the flow of the money in the world to that. The last few years, most of the money came from the US and Europe, go to the emerging economy and the developing economies. But now the money came back to the United States. It is rather big negative impact for the emerging economy from now on to that. So the monkfish on the right-hand side, this is the United States, is going to invite some fish to go back to the position to that. Still going on? Okay. And some fish is going back to the United States on that. But I think still some money remains in Asia. That is very much important to the issues we have to discuss further more in the later position to that. And also such kind of the policy change of the United States has an impact for the currency situation to that. Now the dollar is the strongest and the euro is weakening, and the yen and also renminbi is going to be weakening to that. And also the sterling pound in the United Kingdom has much serious the default of the currency situation to that. And it has expanded to the many countries. Now the many market has been experienced of the very volatile the currency situation to that. And now Russia invaded Ukraine, and it has big negative impact for the world economy to that. Of course, military action giving the very big the sentiment, the negative side on that, but also the export of the wheat or export of the gas from the Russia and Ukraine has been set down to that. So I think it has negative impact to the world economy to that. So Mr. Putin's manner is not so good to that, but I think the more important one is how to cope with such kind of Russian action would be mitigated. That is quite important to that. Even though the European country and also United States and Japan has made a sanction to the Russia, but also it has negative impact also for the countries which has given the sanction. And now really the current situation, the right-hand side of Europe has a big sanction to the Russia, but I think Russia is going to make the energy sanction to the Europe. It has big negative impact for the European economy and also the price of the petroleum and gas on that. So now the Europe is making every effort to create a new system of the energy supply, but it takes a long time to have the final settlement on that. And also it has negative impact for the environmental condition to that. So last year, the COP26, we have agreement on that, but the current situation of the less supply of the gas to the Europe has a little bit of the slower such kind of paces on that. And finally, I think the US and China has a very strong battle to that. It has started nearly 15 and 20 years ago, but now situation is getting worse and worse to that. And also, we have to realize the Chinese economy itself has some kind of the difficult situation to that. This year, I believe the Chinese growth rate is less than 3%. And the average of the ASEAN countries' growth rate is more than 3%. So the Chinese growth rate is lower than the ASEAN growth rate. This is the first time in the last 15 years to that. Such kind of shrinking Chinese economy is going to have very much negative impact for the Asian economy, including ASEAN and Japan and Korea to that. So supply chain in East Asia would be how to maintain. That is a very much important task for the other countries in the Western Pacific, the region to that. And if the China would be stimulated by the Russian action, it must be some kind of the big tension on the Taiwan Strait to do that. That is the final difficulty we are going to be afraid of that. Terima kasih. Thank you very much on that.
Very well. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Quite the insight. We would like to, of course, further have a discussion and dive deeper into these issues that you have brought. But next, we would like to go on to our next speaker first to deliver his presentation to Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro. Perhaps you have, from your perspective, give us a quick overview on Indonesia's outlook for 2023 and also on the macroeconomic landscape, you know, in facing these global economic challenges ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Kania. First of all, I would like to put the emphasis a little bit on what happened today, especially on the high inflation issue. High inflation, as we know, led to the increasing interest rate. And we know that the Fed is very aggressive in increasing their rate. But the question, where will be the limit for the increasing Fed rate? Unfortunately, we are facing the situation that quite unique globally today. Why unique? Because the crisis that we have experienced actually is the pandemic crisis. Of course, it will have impact on slowing down of global economic growth. But the unique thing that we never faced before is the recovery. Of course, the pandemic itself is unique. It happens every 100 years. So nobody today has experience dealing with the previous pandemic. But then, nobody also has experience dealing with problem with the recovery. We thought the recovery will be similar to the global recovery after 2008, after global financial crisis. But don't forget, 2008 was global financial crisis. Pandemic is not global financial crisis. In fact, financial sector is just a party affected by the pandemic, by something happens in the in the real economic situation. So when it comes to the recovery, if you remember in 2008, the recovery is more on how the Fed trying to create the monetary stimulus, doing all the relaxation, trying to get the economic growth back on track. So the big difference with today's situation, which is also recovery situation, now the Fed has to face the fact that there is unavoidable spike of global demand. Why is unavoidable? Because everybody is excited to go back to the pre-pandemic position. They are trying to do their consumption. They are trying to do their investment like what they usually did prior to the pandemic. So spike of demand is very much expected and unavoidable. But then the supply side has difficulty to face the spike of demand itself. As a result, especially in the advanced economy, more importantly in US and Western Europe, in EU especially, they have problem to face this spike of demand. Different with Indonesia, because we just listened to the presentation by Vice Minister of Finance and Pak Kasan as a head of Trade Policy Agency. Indonesia has a way to deal with potential high inflation. We know in Indonesia, when we are talking about inflation, there is core inflation, there is inflation on volatile commodity, volatile food, and inflation coming from administrative price. So whenever we have high inflation, of course, central bank will work with their interest rate policy if it is dealing with the core inflation. But then the government will have its own role when they analyze there is potential inflation coming from volatile price or coming from administer. And that's why, as Vice Minister of Finance mentioned, our budget is shock absorber, especially for administrative price. But then, when we are talking about the volatility, price volatility, the government will have some instrument. They have Bulog, our logistic agency, as well as the Ministry of Trade itself. I think, especially if you are Indonesian, you must be familiar with the operasi pasar. In English, of course, we can translate it into market operation. But you cannot expect this operasi pasar could happen in US, done by Ministry of Commerce or Trade in US. Because in US, Eastern Europe, in the European Union, is all on the market mechanism. That's why the only ammunition from US and EU perspective is the central bank. Central bank has to increase the policy rate or the interest rate in order to reduce the demand. in order to make sure that the demand will be not excessive. As a result, whenever the central bank, Fed and European Central Bank still feeling that the inflation rate is still a bit too high, 8%, 9%, especially in US and Europe, they will keep increasing the interest rate. While the real problem, unfortunately, is not on the demand. Because as I mentioned, the spike of demand is unavoidable. Everybody will try to do their best, to compensate of what they are missing during the pandemic. While the supply side has difficulty in catching up. I was in US last week and two weeks ago, and I found out everywhere, even in the level of the fast food restaurant, everybody's always put the sign, we are hiring. So you know the big problem in US. The big problem in US in terms of supply disruption is not about the factory, it's not about the so-called production machine. It's about labor force, workforce. There are really shortage of people working for different types of business in US. And that's the basic thing that makes the price in US becomes relatively very high. So I would like to emphasize on this because you might have to expect the increasing interest rate will still happen as long as the inflation rate, especially in US and EU, will not go down. And of course, we have to deal with this. How can we deal with this? I think the only problem now is we still need economic growth, especially to do accelerated recovery. So maybe the answer will lie on our ability to utilize domestic market. How to make sure our inflation is manageable. Of course, we have to use combination of the subsidy, but we cannot rely too much on the subsidy. I know as a former finance minister, relying on subsidy is very dangerous because then you might face so-called bottomless, needs of subsidy. We never know how much subsidy will be needed just to try to, retain a certain level of, let's say, oil or gas price. So the combination of the subsidy and especially direct social assistance, I think will be the key for us to manage the inflation and to maintain the purchasing power. Sometimes we cannot avoid inflation could be happening. Of course, there are many things we can do in order to improve, to make sure our inflation is low. Managing the distribution of staple commodities, staple foods, rice especially. And then second thing is to make sure that we are able to maintain the purchasing power of people through our direct social assistance. So the reason I'm not trying to follow my presentation because I think it's better for us to mitigate what will happen in the near future. But the good news is, if we look at the global growth projection, emerging market might perform better than advanced economy. And we are part of emerging economy with one condition. We should be able to maintain our inflation. I think that will be our key in order to mitigate the difficulty in next year especially. This year, we might still be okay. Our economic growth will be 5-point-something%. But of course, we have to beware for 2023. 5% will be challenging, but certainly we might perform better, as I mentioned, compared to many major economies in the world. Thank you very much.
Another aspect that you could touch upon, but we'll discuss that further, is the risk of currency exchange rate volatility. We can talk a little bit more about that, but we have to move on to our next speaker to deliver her presentation as well as part of the policy maker. Maybe she can give us also an insight on other policy measures that are being implemented and also considered to be implemented to face the 2023, especially the global challenges that we are facing, but focusing on how to deal with inflationary pressures, rising prices in energy and also food prices as well. So let's listen in to Ibu Mashita Kristalin for her presentation. Maybe she will also try to share efforts in rebuilding the Indonesian economy amid these current challenges that we are facing. You may have the floor, Ibu Mashita.
Thank you very much. I think, can we have my slide up, please? So I think a lot of the economic from the global side and also the domestic and
Pak Bambang, the clicker, I'm sorry. Pak Bambang, if you can hand over the clicker to the next speaker, thank you very much.
Can someone have it up?
Let's try to have the presentation on the first page.
Yes.
This is the first page. Is this okay?
Yeah, this is the first page. Thank you. Oh, this is second page. Can you go back one slide, please, before that? Yeah. So I think Watanabe-san and Professor Bambang has already discussed a lot about how the global environment actually impacting the domestic economy. I just would like to add from the perspective of the government, especially on how fiscal policy react to this different pressure and also volatility. First is that we have to remind ourselves that the economic projection, if we're talking about emerging market versus advanced economy, the downgrades of economic growth forecast is actually higher from the advanced economy side. So the stagflation threat is actually higher on the advanced economy because the pickup of the economy is faster, inflation is at double digit. But also at the same time, fastening or tightening of the monetary policy is also at a steep compared to so far emerging market. Of course, we see a lot of emerging market that has experienced a lot of pressure on the exchange rate side, like Turkey. Indonesia, if you're looking at from growth, is quite okay. In terms of inflation, before the increase in fuel subsidy, we're actually a lot lower now as expected because administered price has increased. We kind of expect a little acceleration in the inflation rate. That is actually normal because passing through from the global condition. But what I would like to share with clients and distinguished participants here today is that the fundamental of Indonesia economy, we cannot say it's, we have to still be careful, but it's quite strong. If we're looking at the past 2 years, the first 2 years of the pandemic, there's more than 150 downgrades during 2020 to 2021. Indonesia's sovereign rating was stable during those 2 periods, while we're actually at the same time facing the pandemic, right? So we can see that from the different management in dealing with the pressure, the government policy mixture is quite accepted by the global community. If you can see, it's more like pageant modeling contest, yeah. So it's not about whether you have a very good economy or bad economy, it's how you compare with your peers, and Indonesia is always compared with the emerging market. On the growth projection, you can see on the 23, Indonesia is still at 5% by around 5% by many of the international organizations. is quite high compared to a lot of advanced and also emerging economy. Inflation is slightly modest, hopefully next year in 23 as commodity price subside with the looming of recession. There's a possibility that the commodity price will continue to moderate. Then Indonesia's inflation pass-through from the commodity side will also be more moderate. Pak Kasan and also Vice Minister has already discussed about the current account balance. So the difference between the global financial crisis period and also the taper tantrum in 2013, if you remember that back then a lot of pressure go directly to our exchange rate. Rupiah is affected quite significantly at the low period of time. If you're looking at Indonesia's depreciation rate during 2020-2021 year on year, you can see that our exchange rate was actually, given the capital outflow from the fixed income side, our capital flow is actually being compensated by the current account balance. From the fixed income side, of course, during global volatility, there will be outflow, but now the ownership of the government bond is at record low, so we're already in the low base. Outflow is not much room to have a big or extreme outflow, but we have to maintain the growth momentum and also inflation so that we can maintain capital flow from the equity side. The current account balance is kind of different. If you remember the Indonesian economy before, there's always a trade-off between having a high growth and then current account balance goes up, the deficit goes up, and slightly depreciation, and then it will drag down growth back. Now we don't have that trade-off anymore thanks to the hilirisasi or the downstreaming of the nickel and some of the mineral that we're currently working on. Because the current account balance now, the increase is not just in price, but also in volume. As you can see in Pak Kasan presentation before, nickel year on year is at 400% growth. So this is a fundamental economy that has changed from before, that giving us more cushion for us to maneuver in the midst of the global volatility. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. So I would like to go into the policy in the 2023. Can you help me with the slide again? So actually before 2020, before the pandemic on 2019 and before, the government is currently working on the transformasi struktural, yeah. It's a reform that we have to do to actually increase the potential growth. If we look at potential growth between 1980s, 90s, and the 20s, you can see that in the 2000s, our potential growth has went down to around 5%. 5% is already good at that time. So we're working on fixing the human capital, infrastructure, bureaucracy reform in order to increase that potential growth for us to be able to become an advanced economy by 2045. So to achieve that, we're actually in the 23 because we're going back to the 3% stipulated by the law. We also need to continue not only the prudent macro to maintain the rating so that we can have a decent cost of fund to build our economy, but also we will continue on this many fiscal policy focus that actually focus at transforming the economy. Otherwise, we're going to sail through the economic recovery and not growth really fast to actually leapfrog into the advanced economy stage. During this period, a lot of fiscal reform is currently being done by the government. Of course, there's more to be done. For example, tax ratio are still very low compared to emerging market. We're working on that. But at the same time, we're also working on the right stimulus to help the consumption base in order to maintain the consumption. Consumption is still 55% of our economic growth, and we need to maintain the level, and hence the government is working on inflation. Fiscal also help in inflation, not just through subsidy and compensation, but we're continuing reform to have direct subsidies, as Professor Bambang mentioned earlier. but we also create a fiscal incentive for regional government. So for those who can maintain the regional inflation below the national average, they get additional transfer from the central government. So we're trying to, with the limited fiscal space, we're trying to create instruments that are creative enough in order to help nudge the economy, because you don't want the inflation rate to be too high that it will hamper growth in 23 and beyond. I think I'll stop there, Mbak Kania. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ibu Mashita. And last but not least, let's just get the presentation out of the way and discuss further later on. But let's have Ibu Shinta give her presentation. And this is the industry outlook for 2023. As a global industry player, you might perhaps have a different perspective on the ground. Ibu Shinta, the floor is yours.
Kania, thank you very much. And thank you, MUFG, Danamon, and also Adira on organizing this event. I think, whenever I speak, of course, this is what the government always told us, business, you have to be optimistic. So this is always my statement now. Yes, we are optimistic, but we are cautious. So that's something I think that's important to start with. As you know, business has undergone a very, I would say, bad experience. Many sectors are impacted during the pandemic. But actually, post-pandemic, we are already starting to show a recovery. So it's actually, there's a lot of positivism. And if you look at the consumer demand, there's a lot of pickup. But when the Ukraine and Russia conflict hits, of course, this whole geopolitical condition changed the whole. So, the feeling, Kania, the feeling when you're starting to wake up, you want to start running, right? And then you get hit again. So that's the feeling, I think, for most businesses. So now, I wanted to start by just giving you a little bit some, just perspective from the business side. How do we see, what are the basis for Indonesia economic and industry growth expectation in 2023? So let me see this. Okay. Can you go to the next slide? I don't know, this doesn't seem to work. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, udah. Oh, okay. Tadi mati. Okay. So this is the basis of our assumption for 2023. So Indonesia macroeconomic conditions, I think until October this year is still solid and in line with national economic recovery and growth of that trajectory. So if we see, do we see slower 2023 growth compared to 2022? Yes, but I don't think we are anywhere near the technical recession. And I think this is also supported if you look at the data of the market and industry confidence to expand the consumption. So the PMI index is actually still expanding. And I think it was September was 53.1 if I'm mistaken. So it's still expanding, so it's still showing uplifting trend of confidence, and we hope that this will continue on in 2023. Second is also, of course, the stronger macroeconomic fundamentals. We believe that it's still great compared to the last two global economic crises. I think, as mentioned, Indonesia foreign reserve are ample. I think, forecasted remain the same. If you look at commodity exports, will greatly benefit with the global commodity high price in energy and food. And I think in terms of, because we have such a huge domestic consumption, this will definitely help in terms of where we stand on our demand side as well. So I think the third aspect, we also have a robust social security and shock absorbing policy. I think Indonesia has developed a very great measure and caution to potential contraction of a domestic purchasing power in 2023. We look at the BLT, we look at the staple food subsidy, wage subsidy, and many others. And I think we are hoping that government can still continue some of these subsidies till next year. So how do we see the factors considered for Indonesia economic and industrial growth? First, on the global economy side, I think the increased volatility in global commodity supply and price of energy and food, I think trigger both even higher inflation and economic crisis in developed countries, primarily in Europe. I think this will, of course, help the commodity export, but I think it will be detrimental to Indonesia manufacturing industry performance. Why? Because we are still relying a lot on import of the commodities as production input, such as we have the F&B, pharmaceutical, there's a lot are still relying on raw materials that are imported. As you know, Indonesia imported 70% of raw materials still, so this is a big issue. And the continuous high inflation, slow growth, or technical recession in major trade and investment partners, primarily EU, US, and China within the next 6 months, as projected by MUFG. This will certainly at first affect demand on Indonesia manufacturing export, dominated by consumer goods rather than intermediary goods. So, and of course, this will also impact the FDI flow to Indonesia. And also, the Fed continues an aggressive interest rate policy. I think this specifically will also impact us because of the weakening rupiah. Of course, the BI have to adjust its interest rate, and borrowing costs will be higher for us, and we have also this will impact definitely many of the companies in terms of their costs of doing business and so forth. So on the domestic side, I think we have to also pay attention to higher annual labor cost increase. We have a formula now that we are using with the omnibus, but as you know, some of the local and regional government are not following. So we are, relatively increase can be about 10%, and this is definitely detrimental. I think most of the labor-intensive industries are already facing a lot of issues, not just on the annual increase, but even keeping their labor. So there, we can see that some efficiency will have to be done. I think on the shoe and textile, we're already looking at down of about 50% of demand, and this will definitely impact. And then also the limited fiscal space to stimulate economic growth. I think Indonesia, need to look at how there'll be more push on infrastructure investment and pandemic-related stimulus packages and policy that can still support the stimulate recovery. And we are very much concerned of some restructuring that's happening at the moment. As you know, we have the OJK policy scheduled to end on 31st March of 2023, and this definitely, we are hoping for an extension. This is something that needs to be pay attention to. So option, I think, to stimulate economy via domestic structural reforms are still ample. If we see here, they are, we can, through the job of creation law, there are, many structural reform that will obviously help in terms of driving more FDI and so forth. But I think I wanted to specifically mention that, especially in the manufacturing industry, I think the growth will be modest, or even, if we see, definitely there will be a slowdown. And I think primarily we are very concerned on the inflation, obviously, and we really see that there needs to be a transformation moving forward for the industry manufacturing, and we are already looking into technology, obviously sustainability, more going into more on the green technology aspect, looking into net zero, circular economy, and so forth. I think this will be key in driving also more, transformation in 2023. So if we see this overall, yes, definitely there will be a slowdown, but how we can pick ourselves to build resiliency in the industry itself, so that I think there are still many opportunities lies with trying to really push on bringing the technology adoption come place, and also to boost more improvement on business efficiency and maximize all the untapped market. So I think we are looking into many of the areas that are not really the traditional market, and this is also in terms of the market and demand from the international side and the global side is something that we need to really pay attention on diversifying both our supply and our demand. So I think we are also looking into building more resources in terms of raw materials coming from diversifying countries, but also on the demand side, since the pie is also getting smaller, we also need to look at how to diversify its market. That's it. Thank you very much.
Very well. Thank you for that, Ibu Sinta Kamdani. We've practically covered everything by this point, but maybe as a conclusion remark for at least the several presentations that we've heard so far from the Indonesia perspective, it is perhaps safe to say that maybe Indonesia is in a much better position right now to tackle the uncertainties ahead. Now, I'd like to highlight the importance of safeguarding the momentum of economic recovery, as was also highlighted throughout some of the presentation being delivered previously, some of the policy measures being implemented and considered. But I would like to have an overview on the Asian region as a whole. I'd like to go back to Mr. Watanabe to give his perspective on this. Addressing the challenges and also opportunities ahead in 2023, what can countries specifically in the Asian region, strategically as a region, implement to achieve a more robust economic recovery in 2023?
Yes, thank you, Kanya. Anyway, already many speakers pointed out the negative impact of the inflation and the interest rate hike in the region. But I believe still the coming few years, Asia should keep the position of the core of the world growth to that. So even the US, the growth rate is going down, and also the European pace is also highly growth down. But also the China, as I said, in very low rate of growth to that. But I think the ASEAN countries has some kind of the advantage at this moment to that. Especially in the case of Indonesia, you have the good advantage of the supply of the energy. That's quite different from the other Asian country to that. Most of the countries has to rely on the Middle East to that, and also recently the Australia and the United States to that. But I think as far as such kind of situation remains, and Asia could grow in some good paces. And even I said the money is coming back to the United States. As you remember, in the late 1980s and 90s, at the time the US, the monetary policy changes gives a very big negative damage to the Latin American countries to that. Of course, even now, as I pointed in the monkfish cartoon, the money is coming back to the United States. But the last few years, the United States and Europe and even Japan has provided a huge amount of money into Asia. So even some of the absorbed by the United States, but still the big amount of money remains in Asia. So the size of the funding and also the interest rate is a little bit high, but still Asia can get some good position at this moment to that. So I think the Asia is in the good position, and especially in the Indonesia has some advantageous position among the ASEAN countries. That's my impression.
Okay. Mr. Watanabe, take us some of the current geopolitical development in Asia. How would that affect, in turn, to the global economy?
I think the European situation is getting worse for several years to that. And anyway, even though they try to make some good system network of the energy supply to that, but it takes a long time to do that. But as far as Asia is growing, and Asia can have some sustainable amount of the demand for the world production, I think that would be the sustainable position of the world economy. So that would have the reverse impact for the United States and the Europe and even Japan to that. So such kind of the very stable the position of the Asia would have some big impact for the world economy. That's my sense on that.
Okay, let's go to Pak Bambang then. Pak Bambang, can you take us through your projection on volatility that we are experiencing right now because of inflationary pressure as well, and we are seeing central bankers around the world, namely the Fed and lately the Central Bank of Indonesia rising interest rate, and which is affecting our currency rate at the moment. So what is your projection for 2023? How to stabilize further, and do you see another trend of interest rate hikes in 2023, and how is that going to affect our currency rate and as a risk to maintaining the momentum for economic recovery in Indonesia?
Okay, as I mentioned before, what happened today is more on the strong US dollar against every other currency in the world. So it's a little bit different when we experience, for example, taper tantrum back in 2013, when at that time, what happened is not on the strong US dollar, but weakening of other currencies against US dollar. So as a result, at that time, there are a lot of capital flow back to US, both to US dollar and USD bill. But today, because of the phenomena of the high inflation that leads to the strong US dollar, I believe for Indonesia, of course, first, we have a dilemma between our weakening currency against high interest rate. Of course, BI has to do something when there is a potential weakening currency, so they have to increase the interest rate. But if you are in the financial sector, your concern, especially this is Danamon Bank, MUFG, or the insurance, I think your concern will be more on the high interest rate. Because with the higher interest rate, it will be hard for you to distribute the credit, for example. But then if you are in the real sector, then your concern is not too much on the high interest rate, especially if you still find, for example, equity financing. But your concern will be more on the weakening of your currency, weakening of rupiah. Because then you have to spend more whenever you do the manufacturing activities in order to produce the final product. So we have this kind of dilemma, and we have the trend of strengthening US dollar. So our anticipation, number one, is to make sure our fundamental is strong. And how can we measure our fundamental? I think Ibu Masita already showed in her presentation the current account surplus. I think we have surplus in trade balance for a long period of time. But more importantly, whether this is big surplus in trade balance that can create at the end the surplus in current account, and whether our weakening of rupiah against US dollar will help our export performance. Because if we can utilize our weakening rupiah against US dollar for our export performance, then we can maintain significant surplus in our trade balance, and also we can maintain relatively healthy surplus in current account. And that will help defending our currency against US dollar. I think that's the basic thing that both fiscal authority and especially monetary authority have to do in order to anticipate the potential of strengthening US dollar. But of course, we need to anticipate even in the next year, whenever the inflation in both US and European still quite high, there might be still increasing interest rate from the Fed, and of course it will be followed by majority of central banks around the world, including our Bank Indonesia.
Okay, very well. Let's go to Ibu Mashita then to add on that. Then what would be the key strategy, as Bu Sinta mentioned, from the part of the industry players remaining optimistic but cautious? So what are some of the policy measures ahead? What are the key strategy basically to achieve a more progressive economic recovery in the next year? Especially talk to us about the macro and to the small business level. What are some of the newest development and policy measures that are being implemented?
So actually, if we're looking at our growth by sectors, by last year, end of last year, actually all sectors except food and beverage and also transportation is already higher than previous, before the pandemic era. Starting in this first half of this year, all sectors is already higher than pre-pandemic era. So we can see that the fundamental of all sectors has started to increase, like Ibu Sita mentioned, she started to run, but then probably could be getting hit by the inflation, right? And also the global recession. So what will the government do? First, the government, of course, will try to maintain the momentum. A big part is consumption. We have to maintain consumption by maintaining inflation and purchasing power. For the part of inflation, sometimes the inflation hike was created by chili or bawang, so it's the volatile food price that can be produced locally. So for that part, as Pak Suhasil also mentioned, we try to use domestic production as much as possible to secure the supply and also the price. But some of the commodities are not produced locally, or at least we're a net importer. This we cannot really control. The policy that Pak Bambang mentioned before to maintain the exchange rate through fundamental is a long-term game. But what we are facing in the short-term game. So maintaining purchasing power, inflation, like I mentioned, we not only do the try to cushion the price, but also trying to create creative instrument for central government, line ministries, and also local government to help maintain inflation together. On the other side, we have to start switching from a pandemic focus that are more short-term into a long-term, which will help the economy to actually leapfrog further into higher growth.
Okay. Ibu Sinta, I noticed that you've been smiling a lot throughout this conversation. But Ibu Sinta, from the industry perspective, how would you like, what sort of, basically right now, you said that you were optimistic but cautious, and to support further economic growth momentum for the next year, production-wise, you will have to contribute to support the current growth. Which sectors do you think the opportunities lie ahead for you?
Yes, perhaps I wanted to share first in terms of the ask, right? How do we, what do we want? Or especially since here we have government officials, Kania, if you don't mind, because I know time is running out. I want to make sure that I'll share our ask, at least from the business side.
Sure.
How do we, move forward? So, so if we see the first is, we know that industry needs stability, right? And we need government to safeguard its domestic purchasing power. So this is very important. And government stimulus for the industry performance to first really ensure and this on how this can be stabilized. The second is, I think it's important in 2023, the government spending is timely. And when we talk about the APBN of 2023, we look at the deployment on infrastructure and strategic project investment. We need this. So this has to be timely, it's to be done. And also, the third is stimulus for affordable credit and credit easing. I think this is very, very important, and all the business sectors are paying attention to this, because some are still on the restructuring process. So we really have to be ensured that there is this, the borrowing and for, there's always issue of, the NPL of the banks, and this impacted the business because, banks will be, facing, are we going to extend more credits to the business, right? So, and business have to be cautious. So, in other words, this is, I think, specifically important in how we can get continue to get the affordable credit thing. And also, I think we talked about on the stimulus reform, on the structural reform. I think many of these efforts has to be continued on, right? And when you ask about the sectors, we know that during the pandemic, the sectors that have been, the healthcare, the digital sector, they really are the winning sectors. But, here, when we talk about inflation, right, in the manufacturing industry, for sure will get hit, And I think we need to ensure that at least from the climate, of course we'll be seeking, Ashita, I always ask, where's your fiscal incentive? We continue to need those fiscal incentives, but we need to ensure that the climate itself is conducive. So because the uncertainty of next year, the structural reform has to be maintained to ensure that the climate is supportive. Because the cost of doing business is going to be much higher with increase of inflation, increase of energy costs. So how, and supply chain as well. I haven't talked about the supply chain.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that
disruption, because since the pandemic, we have not gone back to the pre-pandemic level. It's still 170% higher from pre-pandemic levels. So this is all costs. Right? So disruption, not just, of course, it impacting in terms of the whole supply chain, but the cost of doing business is going to be much higher. So this is something that we need definitely support from the government, and I want to pay attention, especially on the manufacturing industry. This will be very important.
Okay, very well. Let's talk about some of the disruptions we are facing right now. Is also global supply chain disruptions. Mr. Watanabe, what's your take on that? What are some of the ways that some analysts are saying that we need a global concentrated effort to tackle these challenges ahead, especially when we talk about global supply chain disruptions. What are some of the ways that we can implement for the next year and so on, because this is something that is also going to affect global trade. As was mentioned earlier, everybody is looking inward, and that is not the best case scenario right now. So how do we get global coordination, global cooperation in terms of policy coordination, and how important is it to tackle all these challenges ahead?
I agree on anyway, the global coordination is quite important. But unfortunately, now there would be some split of the communication. So the last few years, we have to seek for the one world globalization. But now the world is somewhat split into one area to the another area. So, but still, we need some kind of good solidarity and integrity of each region to that. So I think in the case of Asia, still the ASEAN is working on the trade side of the AEC is working. And also we can have some good relation with ASEAN and Korea and Japan to that. So such kind of sub-regional coordination would help to that. Of course, in the future, we need to have the worldwide coordination, but still the China is moving in a different way, and the Russian is taking somewhat the bad action to that. It is not easy to have the one solidarity issues, but I think at least for the sub-regional friendly country is going to keep some position to that. And also I want to stress the position. Each government is going to keep the stance for the giving the sound fiscal condition to that. That is the final basis or the final strength to cope with the situation to that. But unfortunately now the many other government is going on the spend and the spend and the spend on that. So now the many countries is going to have some big deficit to that. But I think the maybe worst one is coming. That will be much more we expected. So in that case, we should keep some kind of the power to cope with such kind of situation. So I think the operation of the fiscal side is quite important for every country. Maybe that's the two reasons I have to send on that.
Pak Bambang, any thoughts on that?
On how to solve the global issue?
Yes, how to solve, I mean, when we talk about disruptions, we haven't
Yeah.
even touched about energy transition, which is one of the ways to tackle the rise of energy prices, looking for other alternative sources of energy. Since you are very familiar with ESG investments and low carbon development, where are we in these efforts? And can that be a key driver for the future?
Yeah, I think number one, talking about the disruption on the global supply chain, clearly from our 1 year discussion in our Think 20, multilateralism has to be back to the mainstream of the solution for every problem that world is facing today. And we can learn very much from how we handle the pandemic. If you remember on the day one or the first month of the pandemic, everybody is, confused. We are chaotic. We don't know how to deal with that. But with the spirit of multilateralism, despite all the imperfection, finally, we have been at least handling the issue of multilateralism. So when you are asking about the energy transition, I think energy transition cannot be a single country effort. Energy transition has to be part of the global cooperation and multilateralism. And the reason is simple, because when you are talking about energy transition, there will be a lot of financing. So far, the financing for energy transition happens mostly concentrated only in developed economy. Very little coming to the developing or even emerging market. So it means that with the spirit of multilateralism, we have to find a way to distribute better, the financing for energy transition. So everybody, every country in the world now is ready to face the energy transition. Otherwise, many developing countries will feel that energy transition is just a simple big burden for them.
Okay, very well. We have time for, the time is up. I have a time reference right there. I'm very sorry. But I think we have time for some closing remarks. Maybe we'll start with Ibu Mashita and then we go on to Ibu Shinta for their closing remarks. Just a very short one. What's your overview on our discussion today?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think we can be cautiously optimistic, like Bu Sinta mentioned. It is not easy, but during the first 2 years of the pandemic, we can see that with good policy mix and good fundamental of the economy, we can go through the volatility together. And of course, we're hoping that Indonesia will come out better after the pandemic and also this recession and inflation era. Thank you.
Ibu Sinta?
Yes, I think being optimistic, I think we have to also look at opportunities, right? I think this is time for a wake-up call. Perfect storm is coming, they said, but it's a wake-up call for us all. And therefore, the industry development, I think, needs to focus on innovation, on technology, sustainability. I think we talk about achieving the net zero, we talk about circular economy. You know, I think this is going to be the future. So there is we need to go and focus ourselves to the future and therefore start building and start innovating, you know, and I think technology adoption is key. And I think this is something that all industry, all across, and I know we will have automotive sector specifically highlighted today. They talk about, electric mobility and so forth. I think this is very, very important, and Indonesia definitely have lots of opportunity. Thank you.
Very well, very well. Thank you so much. I think that's all the time that we have. Again, let's give a round of applause for our distinguished speakers for their insightful discussion. Thank you again for sharing your insights, your expertise on our current issues. And, you know, despite the many challenges ahead, I think we can look forward to maintaining a recovery momentum for Indonesia and for Asia and also the rest of the world by taking every opportunity ahead, by also searching for key driver opportunities ahead. And maybe that's some of the things that I can summarize for this discussion. And let me hand back to the MC.
Thank you so much to all speakers and moderator for the super insightful discussion session. Please remain on stage to receive a token of appreciation. We'd like to invite Mr. JB Kristiadi to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Hiroshi Watanabe. We would also like to invite Mr. Yasushi Itagaki to present the token of appreciation for Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro. We would like to invite Mr. Kazushige Nakajima to present the token of appreciation for Ms. Maishita Kristalin. And lastly, we would like to invite Mr. Dewa Made Susila to present the token of appreciation to Ms. Shinta Kamdani. For the moderator, please also kindly join everyone on stage for a photo op, and we invite all the media to take a photo for this event. These tokens of appreciation are to thank our speakers for their support and participation in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, you may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short break. Coffee and refreshments will be served at your table. We will begin the panel discussion in a few minutes, and I will see you again soon.
Ini cerita sebuah kisah perjalanan.
Along with the rapid growth in Indonesia, the needs of customers are also increasing. They demand an associate to support them achieving life goals. Established in 1956, Danamon is committed to care and enable millions to prosper, not only to its customers, but to employees and society at large, enabling them to be prosperous together. Through the product and services, Danamon gives the full control to all banking matters in order to achieve life goals and always be in control. Maximizing financial goals with tabungan Danamon Lebih. Realizing family aspirations through tabungan cita-citaku. To make easier your daily transaction by Visa, MasterCard, and American Express credit card. Enlarging the business through kredit angsuran berjangka and kredit tempat usaha. Maximizing profit with tabungan Fleximax. Promoting the company by trade finance, cash management, financial supply chain, and treasury. Living in Syariah with tabungan Syariah, deposito Syariah, and tabungan haji. Protecting your future and family with life insurance, vehicle insurance, health insurance, prosperity insurance, travel insurance, and employee benefit. Empowered with strong local capabilities, Danamon successfully expanded the marketing network and branch offices all over Indonesia and is supported by professional resources who are always ready to serve thoroughly. Carrying on its vision which enable millions to prosper, it is...
To kick off the second session of our event, we will hear the keynote speech from His Excellency Pahala Mansuri, Deputy Minister of State-Owned Enterprises, Republic of Indonesia. To His Excellency Pahala Mansuri, you may have the floor.
Thank you very much. A very good morning. And also, first of all, on behalf of the Ministry of SOE, we would like to thank Danamon for inviting me to this event, the Indonesia Summit. I think it is actually very timely for us to actually be discussing about some of the hot topics, including what was actually discussed in the previous panel about the future as well as the outlook of the Indonesian economy in 2023. I think just a little bit of introduction from myself. I think it was actually introduced by the MC just now. My name is Pahala Mansuri. I'm actually the Vice Minister 1 of the Ministry SOE. I'm actually the Vice Minister of Pa Erick Thohir, overseeing mainly 6 clusters of industry, including energy, forestry and plantation, pharmaceutical and healthcare. What else? Sometimes I even forgot what are the clusters that I'm actually supervising. It's such a breadth of industry, but I think Bu Masita, as well as all of the speakers of the panel, has actually teed up very, very well about the outlook for our Indonesian economy in 2023. I think it was mentioned by the moderator, Bu Kania, in the previous panel about the 3 challenges that we are actually facing for 2023. And I think the President Joko Widodo has already mentioned multiple times about the challenges that we are actually facing for the year of 2023. Number 1, we are still not finished, or we are still at the end of the pandemic. If you can go to the next page, please. So one of the key challenges, of course, is about how are we going to ensure that Indonesia is going to continue on this path to make sure that we have health independence. Indonesia continues to actually import about 97% of our basic, the basic materials that is actually required for the pharmaceutical industry from outside of Indonesia, 97%. So we need to continue to actually be able to have on this path on driving the healthcare independence. The second topic, and it's actually becoming even more prevalent, that we are actually seeing in Indonesian economy as well as the global, is about health, is about food independence. I don't know if all of us actually knows Indonesia imports every year about 4.1 million tons of sugar, about 1.5 million equivalent of cattle every year to be able to fulfill the meats requirement of the Indonesia. We have about 270 million of Indonesian population, obviously. So how are we going to be able to actually ensure that Indonesia going to be able to feed Indonesian and be able to actually achieve what we call the food security? And food independence is obviously one of the things that we will continue to push, and the SOE obviously is playing a very important role in terms of how are we going to be able to achieve that. But I think one thing that is very clear, and we have seen, we don't see the challenges that we are actually facing is actually getting easier, but because what is actually happening in Ukraine and the Russia crisis, and we are actually seeing that this will actually continue well into 2023, is about energy independence. Indonesia every day actually imports 300 to 350,000 barrels of crude oil and products every day. So energy independence is obviously one of the key things that we need to actually try to actually solve. And going forward until 2045, Indonesia has this vision about creating what we call the vision of Indonesia 2045, whereby Indonesia is actually aspiring to become one of the top 4 economy in the world. So if we are actually going to be able to achieve that, the 3 topics that I just mentioned, how Indonesia going to be able to solve the health independence, food independence, and in particular, energy independence. And I think one of the topics that was actually given to me is that very, very timely, Indonesia not only have to actually be able to increase the capacity of the energy, because if you look at the energy capacity, if we are trying to grow by about 5% every year, and Indonesia is aspiring to be able to grow at about 5.7% every year, meaning that by the year of 2030, Indonesia will need to actually double the capacity of the energy. Because if we are continuing to actually grow at 5 to 6%, the rule of thumb is that the energy sector will need to grow at 1.2 to 1.3 times of that growth number. So imagine that we will need to grow that at about 8% every year, and therefore we need to grow our installed capacity, whether it is actually electricity and or other things like fuel, crude, and others. So how are we going to be able to achieve that? Now, the second thing that is actually going to be very, very important, and it was also mentioned in the previous panel, is also how are we going to be able to double the capacity of the energy, whilst at the same time be able to achieve the national defined commitment of being able to reduce the emission by about 31%. Next, if you go to the next page, you will see that one of the key challenges for us, on one hand, we need to actually double the capacity of the energy. At the other end, we need to actually reduce the emission by about 31% by the year of 2030. I'm not talking about 2060 net zero emission, but I think one of the key and immediate challenges that we actually need to achieve, how Indonesia will be able to reduce the emission by about 30%. And that is why the energy sector, whether it is electricity or mobility, as 2 of the major needs for us in energy, electricity and mobility, is actually one of the key things for us. Not only in terms of doubling the capacity, and the most recent, what we call RUPTL, or the National Electricity Development Plan, has very clearly said that Indonesia will need to actually stop building the coal-fired power plant, but not only that, we need to reduce the amount of reliance that we have on the coal-fired power plant. On the next page, so within the Ministry of SOE, if you go to the next page, please. we have 5 major initiatives that, yang 5 ekosistem itu. We have 5 major initiatives to be able to achieve this. Because on one hand, we need to actually double the energy, the installed capacity, whilst at the same time, we need to also be able to reduce the emission. One of the 5 major initiatives that we have is actually, well, number one, we need to develop the new energy, particularly coming from the renewable. The new RUPTL, or the new electricity development, basically very clearly outlines that every new power plant that Indonesia will actually build in the next coming years will need to come for the renewable, whether it is actually solar and things like that. But I think electricity is just one part of the energy sector. Indonesia will need to also leverage on other capability when we are developing the renewable sector. Biomass and biofuel are the other 2 initiatives that we need to actually ensure. One of the reasons that Indonesia is no longer importing diesel gas or solar by the year of 2018 is the policy to implement B20 at that time. And right now we are already B30. So if we are looking at that, one of the things that we are also trying to push is biofuel as one of the key advantages that Indonesia has. Indonesia will need to actually develop our biofuel capacity, whether it is actually related with gas, oil, or diesel gas. That is actually reflected in the policy of B30. Maybe we need to actually go up until B40 and B50, whether it is actually going to be fulfilled by FAME, the current materials that is actually being combined with diesel gas, or in the future, Indonesia will need to think about A20 or E20. A20 means alcohol 20, which means that Indonesia will need to think about methanol and ethanol, and also ethanol only, as a way for us to be able to achieve E20 or A20. And other markets, particularly Brazil and India, has already been able to actually achieve that. So mobility is actually one of the key areas that we are seeing that we need to be able to reduce the reliance on the importations of gasoline and gas oil, not only today, but also in the future. And we would like to encourage also investors to not only look at this as an opportunity of the market, but invest in the ethanol market in Indonesia. Invest in the methanol market in Indonesia. So, because right now the capacity for us to be able to produce E20 and A20 is actually still very limited. And don't worry, even the existing car will we actually be able to be used to be using gasoline that is actually E20 or A20 in the future. The second thing that we also is actually related to the mobility sector, because the organizer from Danamon asked me to specifically focus on the mobility market, is about the development of EV ecosystem. And Indonesia actually has all of the potential to be able to become one of the key part of the global supply chain of the EV in the future. Why? Because about 35% of the component of the cost of producing an EV is obviously going to come from battery. And Indonesia, if you go to the next page, is the largest, has the largest reserve of nickel. And nickel basically makes up about 65% of the basic material that is actually required to produce battery. So Indonesia is really focusing a lot on how are we going to be able to become part of the, not only are we going to be able to produce battery for Indonesia, but how Indonesia can produce battery for other markets, well, at least for the markets in Asia. Now, this is not going to come easily, and in particular, I think about 2 months ago, the US, in response to what is actually happening in Asia, in particular China, and this is actually something that is actually quite interesting, the competition to become one of the biggest global economy in the world is also actually is reflected in the war or the competition to become the center of the global supply chain of battery. America, the US government, about 2 months ago, just issued a new regulation which is called the Inflation Reduction Act, or what is called now IRA. So for all the participants who is actually interested on this topic, there is actually a big discussion about the competition from the US and China, and maybe, I guess, the Koreans also, in terms of how are they going to be able to compete to be able to become the producer of the battery. And if you look at the top, on the middle part of the presentation, you'll see that the top 3 producers of battery in the world, and Tesla has actually been moving up very significantly in the last several years. Before, it was actually being dominated by CATL or CBL, the Korean by LG, and Panasonic coming from Japan. But Tesla is actually moving up very aggressively in terms of how are they going to be able to also become not only the producer of EV, but also becoming the producer of the battery. And Indonesia, right now, is actually entering into this. Because we have the nickel reserve. We are by far has the largest nickel reserve in the world. So we need to be able to leverage on this opportunity. If you look at the value chain of battery from nickel ore to nickel sulfate or NPI or NHM to be becoming precursor and cathode, and then later on to be producing battery cell and battery pack, Indonesia, our aspiration is that how are we going to actually be able to ensure that at least 70% of the nickel that is actually being mined in Indonesia is going to be produced not only to become nickel sulfate or NPR or NHM, but also to become precursor and cathode. And we think that that is actually possible for us to be able to do that. We recently are actually signing an agreement with CBL or CATL for them to invest in Indonesia. And the Chinese player, because they understand that they don't have a free trade agreement with the US, one of the key things of how the competition between the China and the US in becoming one of the dominant player in the battery, I think one of the things is for us to align ourselves with the 2 of the largest battery producers in the world. So this is what we are actually doing. But the building of the production of battery, going from mining to the smelting or RCAF and HPAL, precursor and cathode, all the way down to battery cell and battery pack, it will take us about 5 to 6 years. Just to actually plan, design, and construct. So Indonesia cannot wait for 5 years. We need to start developing the EV ecosystem already, right now, today. And that is why the roadmap that we have in IBC. So about 2 years ago, the Ministry of SOE, we formed a new company called Indonesia Battery Corporation. It is actually being invested by the 4 major SOEs, Antam, MindID, PLN, and Pertamina. Because these 4 companies are really the ones that are not only involved in the upstream side, in terms of the mining, building the RCAF and HPAL, or the smelting and the refinery, but also on the downstream side, which is actually being contributed by PLN and Pertamina. And we think that we cannot actually wait until we are ready with the whole supply chain of producing from mining all the way down to the producing of the battery cell and battery pack. Our roadmap basically says that Indonesia will need to start by the year of 2022 and the year of 2023 to start developing the battery swap and the battery swap infrastructure in Indonesia. in addition to the development of the battery charging. Right now in Indonesia, there is still very small number of cars and very small number of motorcycle which is actually based on the EV. Very small number. But Indonesia will need to start in the year of 2023. Why Indonesia will need to start? Let me give you, if you can jump to page 9 of the presentation. Because the government and the consumer is actually going to become the winner of this. If we are going to be able to move from internal combustion engine motorcycle, and I'm actually talking about motorcycle, it will probably take us another couple of years before it is actually going to make sense for the general population, obviously. I'm not talking about the customer of Mr. Choi, of the ones who are actually going to buy the EQS or EQE or the Hyundai Ioniq. Those are not the segment that I'm actually talking about. I'm talking about most of the people on the street, the motorcycle riders. They are already going to be able to save money by moving away from internal combustion engine motorcycle into the EV motorcycle. So if we imagine that every day an internal combustion engine probably going to give and take use about 0.5 liters of fuel already, we can actually imagine already that the person is actually going to save about 1.8 million rupiah in terms of the cost of operating that particular motorcycle. And I'm actually assuming that they are going to be consuming Pertalite. If they are actually using Pertamax, there is actually, the saving is actually going to be even bigger. So the private consumer, they are now, today, they are already going to save by about 1.8 million rupiah. And the cost of the motorcycle, comparing the motorcycle that is actually already available like Gesits, Volta, VR, all of this motorcycle, is actually already quite comparable in terms of the upfront cost that they will need to actually pay. Take or give about 18 to 20 million compared to Honda Beat or Honda is actually about similar price. So Indonesia, the private consumer is actually already going to be beneficial. The bigger saving is actually going to come from the fleet operator, including the ride-hailer. Ojol, Ojek, they are even going to have much bigger saving because the amount of kilometers that they travel per day is approximately 2.5 times, 75 to 80 kilometers per day. The average private consumers, they are probably actually traveling about 30 kilometers per day. So for those ride-hailers or the fleets, like for example PLN, Telkom, itu kan punya fleet kan, punya motor-motor yang untuk memperbaikin apalah. They usually are traveling about 75 kilometers per day. And for those ride-hailers or for those fleets, the saving is actually about 4.6 million rupiah per year. Per year. 3 million rupiah per year. 3 million. So it's not 4.6, but they're actually saving about 3 million per year. So imagine if they own the motorcycle for about 5 years, if they are actually saving every year of about 3 million rupiah, the cost of the motorcycle is probably already the same as the saving they're going to get from actually owning the EV motorcycle. That is what belief. Now, not only that, the government is also expected to save money as well. Why? Because right now, if they're actually consuming Pertamax, the government is subsidizing somewhere of about by today is about 3,000 to 3,500 lah, on a per liter basis. So not only the consumer will benefit, government will also benefit. And the general population will also benefit because less emission. PLN and the government will also benefit. Because why? One of the key challenges that PLN actually has right now is there is an excess supply of electricity that we will need to find the additional demand of that. So right now, within this year, for example, 7 gigawatts of new supply of power plant is expected to actually come into the system. So we in the SOE think that not only this is actually going to save the consumers' money, this is actually going to save the government money, this is actually going to have an impact on the emission, and it will help Indonesia to achieve the NDC target that we actually have. And it will also benefit the government through the reduction of the excess capacity. And that is why we encourage really that the government will need to actually develop a policy. Number one policy that we need to have, because as we said, the number one thing that we need to push is to have more motorcycle. So we need to have and build an ecosystem of battery and battery swaps all across the nation. And that will require, one of the things is how are we going to be able to standardize the battery. Right now, the battery is still unstandardized. Not only the battery is not standardized, the battery swapping station is not standardized also. So right now, Pertamina, for example, with IBC and Gojek actually has a collaboration to pilot this using 500 motorcycle. 250 is actually Gesits, 250 is actually Gogoro. For those two motorcycles, they will need to have 2 different battery swapping stations. Imagine if they are actually going to have, if we are going to have 5 operators of motorcycles, every one of them actually have their own battery, every one of them is actually going to have battery swapping station. It is not going to work. We will need to have the standardization of the battery pack, the battery swap, and also potentially, if Indonesia is actually also going to take off in terms of the car, then we need to actually have the regulation about how are we going to have the fast charging station to become much more standardized than what we actually have today. So that is actually one of the things in terms of the regulation, particularly the Ministry of Industry. And we are actually in discussion right now. The second thing, we believe, even though that there are already several policies to provide incentives, go to page 11, please. For example, biaya balik nama, PPN, we need to actually have more incentive so that people, to encourage people to move even further. And I think this is actually being discussed. We hope that Ibu Masita and Ministry of Finance will quickly try to actually approve this. Because what we believe, this is not an additional incentive. Everything is actually going to be self-funded. As I said, the subsidy reduction, you just move the subsidy reduction of the internal combustion engine of approximately about 800,000 to $1 million for an individual customer to be able for them to provide for them if they are actually moving towards from ICE to using the EV two-wheeler, then they will need to actually be incentivized for them. Right now, the third, which is actually related with that, related with the standardization that we actually mentioned just now, to allow for this model to actually continue to work, we think that they will need to have not only standardization, but we need to actually work with the industry so that they will be able to develop the ecosystem of the battery swaps. What we want is to really decouple. Right now, let's say, for example, a particular motorcycle costs about 25 million. 18 million rupiah is the motorcycle itself. 7 million or 6 million is the battery. If we are going to be able to decouple the two, then we will be able to actually make the upfront cost of actually owning two-wheeler motorcycle to become much more comparable to the cost of actually owning the internal combustion engine two-wheelers. The fourth is related with the financial sector, and this is actually related with Danamon and all of the others. Right now, very few banks, very few multi-finance already wants to actually finance the two-wheeler motorcycle EV. Why? Particularly because of the uncertainty related with the residual value. And they do not know how do they actually going to price the residual value. And that's why they think, oh, the risk is actually so high. So this is actually one of the things that we will need to actually work with OJK. Right now, we want to actually discuss with the multi-finance company, the banks like Danamon, and I think Adira is obviously one of the key players within the space of financing. How are we going to be able to push for this? Because right now, very few finance company, and one of the key leverage or one of the key lever for us to actually be able to push for the development of more EV motorcycle is actually going to be on the street, is to push for how are we going to be able to allow more multi-finance, more banks to be able to, and I think one thing is about the, one thing is about the incentive that we actually mentioned just now. I think the other thing is maybe just focusing on several segments. I think when we talk to the banks and more the multi-finance, what I'm actually saying, particularly Himbara lah, Pak Honggo ya, we say, hey, let's just focus on the fixed income earners, particularly the payroll fixed income earners, to push for this two-wheeler EV first, because the likelihood for them to be able, not to be able to fulfill their obligation is still very limited. We in the Ministry of SOE, Pak Eric already issued ministerial surat edaran letter of engagement to engaging all of the SOEs, so that new motorcycles and new cars is no longer going to be internal combustion engine. Starting in 2023, mobil dinas and the fleet in particular, I think the more is actually going to come from the fleet, and including the motorcycle, is no more ICE. We will start to actually do it through EV, two-wheelers already. I think hopefully by that effort, we will be able to push for the development of the ecosystem of EV Indonesia, and we want to start from the motorcycle. Because as we said, let's be practical. Let's start with the market or the product that is actually already competitive for the two-wheelers to actually compete against the internal combustion engine two-wheelers. And I think we will start doing that, and hopefully by pushing for this, I think the aspiration is to have, hopefully 2023, 500,000 motorcycle EV is going to be on the street, not new sales. But I think more or less the same lah, because on the street right now probably berapa, mungkin 40,000, 50,000 kali sekarang. So we hope that in 2023, at least there's going to be 500 two-wheeler motorcycle is actually going to be. Thank you very much again for Bank Danamon for organizing the Indonesia Summit. Hopefully you will have a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency. Kindly remain on stage as we invite Mr. JB Kristiadi to present a token of appreciation. And also we would like to invite to join us on the stage to have a photo of Mr. Yasushi Itagaki, Mr. Kazushige Nakajima, Mr. Dewamade Susila. And the token of appreciation is given to thank the Excellency for his support and participation in this event. We also would kindly invite all the press and media to take a photo of this special moment. Thank you, gentlemen. You may return to your seats, and once again, we thank His Excellency Pahala Mansuri for the very powerful insights and for his attendance. Next, we will hear the keynote speech from His Excellency Riyatno, Deputy Minister of Investment Corporation, Ministry of Investment, Republic of Indonesia, representing His Excellency Bahlil Lahadalia, Minister of Investment, Republic of Indonesia. To His Excellency Riyatno, you may have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very good day to all of us. First of all, allow me on behalf of Minister of Investment, His Excellency Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia, to congratulate MUFG, Danamon and Adira Finance for successfully holding and arranging the Indonesia 2023 Summit. We hope that this distinguished forum could substantially support the company entrepreneur design their strategy based on the outlook of Indonesia economy 2023. In this regard, allow me to deliver a presentation on behalf of Bapak Bahlil, the Minister of Investment. I will divide my presentation into three parts, where in the first part of presentation, we will see how the current status of global economy as well as national economy following by several disruptions that happen around the globe. Apart from that, we will also see a number of data on investment in Indonesia. In the second part of my presentation, we will see what policy that has been taken by the government to improve the investment climate in Indonesia. Therefore, would give the investor certainty and convenient investing in Indonesia. And lastly, we also would see what the update of Indonesia policy on electric vehicle, what have we done, what we currently do, and what will we do in supporting development of EV ecosystem in Indonesia. Allow me start off our slide by portraying the dynamicity that happened globally with possible threaten the Indonesia economy. As we might all aware, there are at least 4 factors that disrupt the global economy to its root, starting with the trade war between United States and China, COVID-19 pandemic that hit most of the country around the world in 2019, the Russia and Ukraine war, the tensions between China and Taiwan, as well as energy and food crisis that happened due to the dominoes effect from the previous disruption. However, if we look at this slide, we must underline that among G20 countries, as of September 2022, the inflation rate of Indonesia became one of the lowest percentage behind China. Next, please. The inflation rate of Indonesia became one of the lowest percentage behind China with 5.9% compared with Turkey, Argentina, Russia, as well as United States and Australia. Next, why then 2022 is the moment of Indonesia economic recovery? At least there are three reasons on why this is our moment to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic and other global disruption that happen globally. First, in this year, we became the G20 presidency that happened to experience economic recovery. Cumulatively, Indonesia economic growth in 2021 compared to 2022 grew 3.69, and by second quarter of 2020, our economic growth grew 5.44%. Second, Indonesia poverty rate has also dropped to single digit with a number of 9.54%. This rate is better than during the pandemic. And the third, the unemployment rate is decreased in 2022, whereas the working age population affected by the pandemic has also dropped significantly. Next, consistently, the investment performance in 2021 also reflect our economic recovery, where the investment realization has exceeded the target given by His Excellency Bapak Presiden Jokowi, which was 900 trillion rupiahs with a number of 901 trillion rupiahs, 100.1% from the target. Apart from that, we also would like to underline that the investment from foreign sector and domestic investor were balanced, as well as the investment outside Java has outnumbered the investment within Java. As you might be aware, just recently, the Minister of Investment has reported the investment realization in the third quarter of 2022. The data show that the investment realization during the January to September 2022 is 892.4 trillion rupiahs, a 74.4% of the 2022 target, which is 1.2 trillion rupiahs. It must be underlined that according to the midterm national development plan, the realization is already reached 92.2% of the target. We are optimistic that in the fourth quarter of 2022, the investment realization could reach the target given by the President, which is 1.2 trillion rupiahs. Next, we would like to stress the fact that since the third quarter of 2020, the realization of investment outside Java has always been greater than the realization of investment in Java. This is the result of massive infrastructure development outside Java in the first period of President Jokowi administration. It shows that the development through investment has increasingly happened outside Java, proven that the government pursue not only big number of investment, but also quality one. Moving the next slide, we could see trend of investment based on country of origin. As we all comprehend that the highest contributor of investment during this past 3 years is Singapore, followed by China, Hong Kong as well as United States. And from this data alone, we could all conclude that sort of investment did not exclusively came from one country alone. But the country all over the world have their part to invest in Indonesia. Next. As you can see on the slide on the screen, we all comprehend the list of investment realization based on sector during 2020-2021 period. In line with President policy for economic transformation based on industry starting 2029-2021 that basic metal, non-machinery and equipment industry sector increased by 90.7% from 61.6 trillion rupiah to 170.5 trillion rupiah. Moving on the second topic, I would like to deliver what kind of the policy the government has taken in order to improve the climate investment. Allow me to start with so-called Omnibus Law, the law number 11, years 2020 on job creation. As all aware that job creation have set to become the tool for economic reform through in which 77 Indonesia law were revised through single law which regulate a number of sectors with a total 186 article and 15 chapter. Job creation law address issues on creating job through improving investment climate, improving the business licensing process, SMEs and cooperative, until provision in regard of imposition of sanction. Next. Follow up the job creation law, the government of Indonesia has also introduced new concept of list of investment, where in the previous regime, we call this by negative list of investment, whereas in the new investment regime under job creation, we know it investment business field, or we call positive list. This investment business field is created to make investment climate more attractive and competitive by encouraging the development of priority business field. Next. As we all know, on the 9th of August 2021, His Excellency Bapak Presiden Jokowi has launched the famous known online single submission or OSS risk-based approach, where the system itself covers 16 business sector from 18 ministry or institution, ranging from Fishery and Marine Ministry, Trade Ministry, Transportation, and in consequence, the authority of issue the business license in all sector is delegated to Ministry of Investment, and the issuance is through the OSS system. Next. Apart from that, in order to give certainty to investor, the minister himself initiated the investment facilitation that not only facilitate large-scale investment, but also SMEs from 708 trillion rupiah potential investment realization that encounter problem in running their business. 78.9% of they have already facilitated by Ministry of Investment. Next. As a nation, Indonesia has a dream to be country with the biggest economy in the world by 2030. To reach this goal, the government has arranged for priority sector for investment. The 4 priority sectors that government has arranged to be developed further: labor-intensive industry that export-oriented, renewable energy, infrastructure, and mining industry. This sector have had steady growth over the years and making them a major sense it pushes the economy to grow based on industry and services. Next. The government has formed two task forces to accelerate investment. The first is Investment Acceleration Task Force, and the second, Management of Land Use and Investment Task Force. Ministry of Investment has formulated the Minister of Investment number 121, years 2021, concerning the implementation team of Investment Acceleration Force, which consists of 5 fields, such as investment issue settlement, acceleration priority, and regional investment acceleration. Investment Acceleration Task Force program planned to fiscal year 2022 socialization or dissemination the program in the context of perception of investment to 34 provinces involving chief of regional police and chief prosecutor. Next, the sustainable business sector is also the main focus of the government. A series of fiscal incentives has been provided to boost the performance of the business sector. There are tax holiday and mini tax holiday, tax allowance, import duty exemption, incentive investment in 18 special economic zone, also lower corporate income tax from 24, 25 to 24, 32, tax holiday and mini tax holiday applied to 18 group of pioneer countries. Industry, 18 business activity with certain minimal fixed capex, and if not included in the list, investors are allowed to submit pioneer industry feasibility with minimal quantitative score of 80 points to be eligible to receive tax holiday. Next. I will talk about affirmation from the government to encourage partnership between large business with SMEs in the region. Based on the law number 11, 2020, central government and regional government in organ with the respective authority are obliged to facilitate, support, and stimulate partnership between medium and large enterprise with cooperative MSEs with the aim to increasing competence and business level. Furthermore, in the derivative with this regulation, the government regulation number 7, 2021, central government and regional government coordinate the formulation of policy and program for implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, starting from this slide, we will discuss the policy of related to electric vehicle development in Indonesia. As we all understand that recently the government of Indonesia has focusing to develop economic transformation, particularly shifting from primary sector based on the value added base, or in simple term, downstream. And in this regard, the policy resolve around the focus on natural resources such as nickel, bauxite, and copper, where the process shall be done within the countries to give value added. Those one of the focus on the economic transformation come from downstream industry. The fact that electricity is one of the important investment sector, in this slide we could see electric vehicle component based on the cost, battery component in EV, which is widely used, and jump to the conclusion. Nickel is the largest component, 80%, in battery to power electric vehicle, And from this data, we can see that Indonesia nickel ore reserve are the largest reserve in the world with a share around 23.7 of the global reserve. Next. There are several nickel investment plans in Indonesia. LG, integrated battery industry, CATL, integrated battery industry, Foxconn, electric battery industry, electric vehicle and industry, and supporting industry including charging station and R&D. In addition, downstreaming investment also created in big through collaboration with MindID, Pertamina, PLN, national entrepreneurs, especially SMEs, high use of domestic component, or we call PKDN, and large absorption of local manpower. Next. In order to ensure the sustainability of EV development in Indonesia, we have formulated and implemented the ecosystem EV from upstream to downstream, starting with its mining process and the recycle process. As you can see on the slide, we have several investors focusing. As you can see on the slide, we have several investors focusing on mining project and smelter, refinery in Buli, East Halmahera, North Maluku, and North Konawe, Southeast Sulawesi, precursor and cathode in KIT Batang, Central Java, battery cell in Karawang, West Java, as well as charging station spread in various regions and recycling in Pekweng Recycle, Morowali, Central Sulawesi. I think this will conclude my speech, but before that, once again, I would like to congratulate the committee for successfully holding this event, and hopefully that this event can provide policy breakthrough input for the government to accelerate economy recovery effort, especially on investment sector. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, His Excellency. Please remain on stage to receive a token of appreciation. We would like to invite Mr. Yasushi Itagaki to present the token of appreciation to His Excellency Riyatno. And we also invite to join us on stage to have a photo op Mr. JB Kristiadi, Mr. Kazushige Nakajima, Mr. Dewamade Susila. And the token of appreciation is given to thank the Excellency for his support and participation in the event. For all media and press, we invite everyone to take a photo of this special moment. Thank you, gentlemen. You may return to your seats. And once again, we would like to thank His Excellency Riyatno for his insights and his support in this event. In just a moment, we will proceed to the second panel discussion session.
Selamat datang di Indonesia, negara dan ekonomi terbesar di Asia Tenggara dengan populasi penduduk lebih dari 260 juta jiwa. Perekonomian Indonesia sebagian besar dipengaruhi oleh konsumsi domestik yang menjadi pendorong utama pertumbuhannya. Di Adira Finance, berbagai solusi pembiayaan kami meliputi kredit mobil, kredit motor, kredit elektronik dan furnitur, kredit multiguna, pembiayaan syariah, asuransi. Dengan 19.000 karyawan, kami selalu siap membantu pelanggan kami. Kami hadir di seluruh penjuru negeri untuk memastikan kemudahan untuk melayani mereka.
Sahabat setia selamanya.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, we will now begin the second panel discussion.
The pandemic has taken its toll on many industry sectors, and among the most severely hit was Indonesia's automotive industry. Our manufacturing of transportation equipment had hit a downturn in its growth in the second quarter of 2020. At the same time, wholesale and retail of motor vehicles are also experiencing a 2.5% contraction since 1988. The situation has caused growing concerns since before the pandemic, the automotive industry had been a great contributor to our national GDP. What can we learn from the situation of our automotive industry, and what strategies should be implemented in facing these various crises to regain and recover?
Once again, we'll now begin the second panel discussion, and this panel discussion will be held in Bahasa Indonesia. Should you need interpretation, kindly use the SIS provided. And once again, moderating this session will be the brilliant Miss Kania Sutisna Winata. Mari kita sambut moderator diskusi panel kita pada hari ini, Ibu Kania Sutisna Winata.
Kania Sutisna Winata, Senior Journalist.
Ya, baik, terima kasih Putu Ayu. Selamat datang kembali Bapak Ibu sekalian di sesi kedua untuk di Indonesia Summit 2023. Mohon maaf, masih bersama saya Kania Sutisna Winata, dan tidak kalah menarik di sesi kedua tadi kita sudah melihat bersama-sama video pengantar apa yang nanti kurang lebih akan kita bahas, secara khusus menyoroti salah satu industri di Indonesia, yaitu industri otomotif yang juga bisa merefleksikan sebenarnya kondisi sektor manufaktur Indonesia pada umumnya, apa pelajaran yang dapat kami petik dan kemudian bisa dijadikan bagian dari strategi untuk pemulihan ekonomi nasional. Langsung saja saya ingin mengundang para pembicara. Ada 3 pembicara yang akan segera bergabung bersama saya di atas panggung. Mohon Bapak Ibu sekalian, mari kita sambut pembicara pertama kita adalah Bapak Kukuh Kumara, Sekretaris Jenderal Gaikindo. Kami persilahkan. Selamat siang Pak Kukuh. Pak Kukuh Kumara, beliau adalah lulusan dari Akademi Usaha Perikanan di tahun 1978, memperoleh gelar Master of Vocational Education dari Sam Houston State University USA. Selain itu juga beliau memperoleh gelar PhD dari Texas A&M University, Amerika Serikat, dan beliau menjabat sebagai Sekretaris Jenderal Gaikindo saat ini. Mari kita sambut juga Bapak Kukuh Kumara. Terima kasih sekali lagi telah meluangkan waktu untuk hadir bersama kami. Baik, berikutnya pembicara yang kedua kami persilahkan untuk bergabung bersama kami di atas panggung adalah Bapak Kus Haryono, Direktur PT Astra Auto Parts. Kami persilahkan. Selain menjabat sebagai Direktur di PT Astra Auto Parts, Bapak Kus Haryono juga merupakan Komisaris Utama di PT Federal Nitan Industries, Direktur Utama dan CEO di PT Wahana Eka Paramitra, dan Komisaris Utama di PT Metal Art Astra Indonesia. Selamat datang Pak Kus. Terima kasih sekali lagi telah meluangkan waktu untuk bergabung bersama kami. Last but not least, saya ingin mengundang pembicara ketiga adalah Bapak Indra Chandra Setiawan, Project General Manager di Toyota Daihatsu Engineering and Manufacturing. Kami persilahkan untuk bergabung di atas panggung. Selamat siang. Dr. Indra Chandra Setiawan sudah bekerja di sektor otomotif selama 20 tahun. Beliau adalah Project General Manager di Toyota Daihatsu Engineering Manufacturing di Thailand, dan beliau juga berperan di strategi kendaraan emisi nol dan penelitian teknis di wilayah Asia. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada Pak Indra yang baru juga hadir di Indonesia ya, baru saja dari Thailand ya Pak Indra. Terima kasih telah bergabung bersama kami. Dan untuk memulai sesi kita, saya ingin mempersilahkan kepada masing-masing pembicara untuk memberikan presentasinya, mungkin bisa dipersingkat 5 sampai dengan 10 menit maksimal. supaya kita punya banyak waktu untuk berdiskusi lebih lanjut. Tadi kita sudah mendengarkan sebenarnya arahan, berbagai arahan di awal yang kurang lebih juga menggambarkan seperti apa kondisinya saat ini dan kira-kira fokusnya ke depan itu akan seperti apa yang tentunya juga akan mempengaruhi outlook dari industri otomotif di tahun 2003 nanti dan seterusnya. Saya persilahkan kepada Pak Kuku untuk memberikan presentasinya.
Baik, terima kasih Kania. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu sekalian. Saya akan coba menyampaikan apa yang dialami oleh industri otomotif. Kita memang sudah melalui pandemi cukup berat karena industri ini terkontraksi cukup dalam. Dari dalam kondisi normal itu produksinya di kisaran 1 juta lebih unit per tahun. Pada saat pandemi kita turun sehingga hanya menjual wholesale di tahun 2020 530.000, jadi turun separuh, 50% dampaknya. Mungkin ini dilihat hanya angka, tapi dampaknya luar biasa karena pada waktu terjadi pandemi tidak ada mobilitas dan kita tidak diizinkan untuk berproduksi karena semuanya di stop PPKM, PPSB dan sebagainya. Nah, ini tidak bisa dibiarkan terlalu lama, kemudian bersama dengan pemerintah berupaya agar hal ini industrinya tidak mati sama sekali. Dan pemerintah meminta kepada anggota Gaikindo, melewati Gaikindo tentunya, agar selama pandemi pada waktu itu menjelang bulan Mei, menjelang Lebaran, ada 3 hal yang diminta oleh pemerintah. Jangan sampai ada penutupan pabrik. Yang pertama. Yang kedua adalah jangan sampai ada PHK. Cukup berat, enggak jualan, enggak produksi, tapi enggak boleh ada PHK. Dan yang ketiga, karena menjelang Lebaran, tolong THR-nya dibayar. Nah, alhamdulillah itu bisa dilalui dengan baik ya. Namun kemudian secara berangsur COVID-nya bisa dikendalikan walaupun masih ada PPKM. Bersama dengan pemerintah berupaya bagaimana industri ini juga bisa jalan. Akhirnya kemudian berbagai cara dilakukan, ada IOMKI. Jadi mobilitas itu diizinkan untuk industri otomotifnya saja. Nah, ternyata tidak bisa karena industri otomotif ini adalah industri yang sangat tinggi interdependensinya dengan yang lain. Kita tidak mungkin bikin mobil kalau kemudian pembuat komponennya tidak diizinkan berproduksi. Kurang 4 baut saja mobilnya nggak boleh jalan, apalagi kalau kurang kursinya. Nah, akhirnya dengan segala macam cara diizinkan dan kami bisa berproduksi. Namun cukup berat produksinya karena banyak juga karyawan yang sudah libur dan sebagainya. Namun penjualan juga masih cukup berat. Dengan berbagai cara bekerja sama dengan pemerintah, akhirnya kita muncul dengan pemerintah mengeluarkan kebijakan yang dikenal dengan PPNBM DTP atau PPNBM ditanggung oleh pemerintah. Dikeluarkan di bulan Maret, berlaku mulai 1 Maret dan alhamdulillah itu langsung meningkat penjualannya. Jadi dampak dari PPNBM DTP ini adalah setelah dibandingkan dari tahun ke tahunnya, peningkatannya kurang lebih 60%. Dan ini menjadikan industri kita mendekati kondisi normal dalam produksi maupun penjualan bulanannya. Yang biasanya penjualan per bulan itu sekitar normal, 80 sampai 90 ribu, perlahan-lahan dari 40 ribu, 60 ribu, sampai akhirnya 90 ribu. Nah, yang memang paling parah adalah di bulan Mei pada waktu 2020. Itu yang biasanya jualan 90 ribu, 100 ribu, jualannya tinggal 5.000 unit, cukup berat. Inilah yang tantangan bagi industri kita, namun kemudian kita berjalan, sejalan dengan makin terkendalinya COVID, industrinya juga mulai perlahan-lahan pulih. Namun tantangannya tidak habis di situ saja, muncul kemudian kelangkaan containers. Disusul lagi kemudian dengan munculnya kenaikan biaya transportasi, shipping, dan sebagainya. Alhamdulillah itu sudah dialami. Belum ini selesai, muncul juga tantangan berikutnya adalah kelangkaan semiconductors yang sampai saat ini juga belum bisa sepenuhnya diatasi. Semua itu berjalan perlahan-lahan, namun bersyukur bahwa dengan PPNBM DTP ini juga luar biasa. Pada waktu sebelum PPNBM DTP, kami juga bersurat ke seluruh pemerintah provinsi agar bisa memberikan insentif. Insentif yang kita minta adalah pengurangan BPNKB dan PKB. itu totalnya sekitar 15%. Kalau diberikan separuh saja, BPNKB-nya diturunkan menjadi 6 atau 7%, kemudian PKB-nya juga diturunkan, kita berpendapat, berasumsi bisa menaikkan penjualan. Lebih baik 6% kali 1000 daripada 12,5% tapi nggak ada yang beli. Inilah yang terjadi. Namun tidak ada yang menyetujui, namun pemerintah pusatlah yang kemudian memberikan PPN BMDTB dan tadi sudah ditunjukkan hasilnya luar biasa. Tahun ini kita bersyukur PPN BM tadi sudah berakhir di bulan September kemarin. Namun indikasi yang menarik adalah di bulan Agustus kemarin di saat dilakukan pameran kias selama 11 hari terjadi transaksi kurang lebih 11,7 triliun. Kurang lebih 26.000 unit mobil terjual selama 11 hari. Kemudian kita lanjutkan dengan kias di Surabaya yang biasanya dalam 5 hari ada transaksi 800.000 di tahun-tahun sebelumnya, 800 miliar. Bulan September kemarin selama 5 hari transaksinya tembus di 1 miliar, 1 triliun. Luar biasa. Kemudian kita lanjutkan Medan dan bulan depan kita juga akan lanjutkan dengan Semarang. Intinya kita siap ke sana, tadi sudah disinggung mengenai electric vehicles, transisinya. Saya menarik tadi yang disebut oleh Pak Hala Mansuri. Karena yang jarang disebut adalah biofuel. Kita punya etanol, kita punya CPO yang semuanya bisa digunakan sebagai pengganti fossil fuel atau sebagai tambahan. Dan itu kita anggap sebagai bahan bakar yang bahan bakar baru yang terbarukan. Dan ini belum dioptimalkan. Tadi betul dikatakan Pak Pahala, investor silakan, karena itu sudah cukup lama, 10 tahun lebih atau 20 tahun yang lalu sudah dibicarakan, namun gregetnya belum ada. Kalah dengan yang sekarang electric vehicle. Mungkin itu yang bisa kita sampaikan, mungkin nanti lebih baik untuk diskusi. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Kukuh, itu sudah pengantar yang cukup baik, nanti akan kita lanjutkan dengan diskusinya, begitu arahannya tadi sudah jelas, tapi paling tidak ada alternatif lain yang saat ini juga sedang dipertimbangkan. Saya ingin melihat nanti bagaimana menangkap peluangnya ke depan, begitu ya. Baik, beralih ke Pak Kus, kami persilahkan untuk memberikan presentasinya, ini dari sisi industri komponen ya, industri penunjang otomotif, kami persilahkan.
Terima kasih Mbak Kania, apakah bisa ditampilkan ya?
Ya baik Pak, ini klikernya mungkin bisa dimanfaatkan Pak.
Terima kasih, sebelumnya saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Danamon, MUFG dan Adira atas undangannya kepada saya mewakili PT Astra Topat. Mungkin saya memperkenalkan diri, saya dari PT Astra Topat, ini perusahaan terbuka, publik, jadi bisa dilihat sebenarnya di websitenya. Jadi kami di PT Astra Topat, kami punya 54 business unit, ada 7 division yang melayani pembuatan komponen, 13 subsidiary, 20 associate atau 20 anak perusahaan yang bukan di konsol, terdiri dari beberapa joint venture dan juga 14 indirect investment. Kami punya 54 perusahaan, anak perusahaan yang mungkin sebagian besar hari juga di sini karena banyak hubungan dengan Bank Danamon juga atau MUFG. Kami memproduksi komponen baik itu untuk OEM berarti dikirim langsung ke pabrik-pabrik mobil, teman-temannya Pak Kukuh dan Pak Indra. Tapi juga kami memproduksi part-part untuk replacement market yang dijual sebagai part pengganti langsung ke customer, baik itu untuk domestik maupun ekspor. Next saya ingin menjelaskan tentang struktur industri otomotif di Indonesia. Kalau kita bicara di struktur industri otomotif Indonesia, itu dari ada di puncak itu adalah OEM, pabrik mobil maupun pabrik sepeda motor, two-wheeler, yang disupport oleh komponen industri, baik tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, sampai tier 3, atau bahkan ada juga tier 4, yang kebanyakan macam-macam. Ada yang bervariasi mulai dari perusahaan-perusahaan besar, joint venture, tapi juga sampai perusahaan-perusahaan kecil. Dan kira-kira ada 1.550 perusahaan dan memperkerjakan hampir 1,5 juta di industri komponen. Kemudian dari 1.550 perusahaan tersebut, 236 perusahaan itu bergabung di GIAM namanya, Gabungan Industri Alat Komponen, angkut atau alat transportasi, artinya gabungan industri komponen ya, gabungan industri komponen. Beberapa bergabung di PICO, itu industri kecil, dan beberapa itu independen, tidak bergabung di yang lain-lain. Dan sebagian besar berkonsentrasi, berlokasi di Jakarta, Jabodetabek, kemudian Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, sebagian di Jawa Timur. Mungkin ini sedikit melengkapi tadi yang disampaikan oleh Pak Kukuh. Kalau kita bicara di ASEAN, industri di Indonesia itu paling besar. Salesnya untuk otomotif, four-wheeler di ASEAN adalah Indonesia, pasar paling besar. Tapi secara produksi Indonesia kalah dengan Thailand, jadi nomor 2. Dan kalau kita lihat tadi sampaikan oleh Pak Kukuh, 2019 itu tinggi, kemudian turun di 2020, 2021 mulai naik, 2022 sampai bulan Agustus sudah lebih baik dibanding tahun lalu. Kalau kita bicara two-wheeler atau motorcycle, sama kalau seperti tadi. Bahkan kalau di motorcycle, two-wheeler, kita Indonesia adalah market terbesar di ASEAN dan juga production base terbesar di ASEAN. Jadi sebagian besar produksi kita dikonsumsi domestik dan beberapa itu diekspor ke ASEAN dan beberapa company yang lain, beberapa country yang lain. Nah kalau kita lihat ini beda dengan four-wheeler tadi. Di tahun 2022 ini mungkin tadi singgung oleh Pak Kukuh, kalau kita bicara di motorcycle itu sangat terpengaruh oleh masalah semiconductor. Scarcity dari semiconductor. Kita bisa lihat di tahun 2022, tahun ini, itu produksi dan sales itu lebih kecil dibanding tahun lalu. Demand sebenarnya lebih besar, tetapi supply karena masalah semiconductor lebih kecil dibanding tahun lalu. Kalau kita lihat sampai bulan Agustus, bersyukur second semester ini mulai pelan-pelan semiconductor itu mulai terurai, mulai dapat pengganti supply chain-nya, dan produksi mulai normal kembali. Diharapkan sampai tahun depan mudah-mudahan kalau demand-nya masih cukup, mestinya supply tidak ada masalah, harusnya. Kemudian seperti apa sih otomotif kalau pengaruh terhadap ekspor import? Kalau kita lihat secara total ekspor kita untuk otomotif itu lebih besar dibanding import. Jadi artinya sebenarnya mobil atau motor yang dijual di Indonesia seperti saya sebutkan tadi itu adalah produksi dalam negeri. Memang ada yang kita impor, tapi tidak terlalu besar. Terutama untuk mobil, kalau motor hampir 100% itu produksi dalam negeri. Komponen sendiri, kami import komponen, sebagian besar itu dijual ke OEM, diekspor sebagai CPU, selain dipakai juga untuk domestik. Tapi selain itu juga kami di industri komponen juga mengekspor komponen seperti saya sebutkan tadi, baik itu untuk OEM di luar negeri ataupun juga untuk replacement market di luar negeri. Seperti kalau misalnya case dari Astra Topat, kami ekspor komponen ke Asia Tenggara, Timur Tengah, dan juga beberapa negara-negara di Afrika. Nah kalau kita lihat tadi sedikit singgung oleh Pak Kukuh, ini kalau kita lihat produksi per semester mulai tahun 2019 itu tahun normal sampai 2020 itu masih normal di kuartal 1. Tapi mulai kuartal 2 itu mulai start pandemi, tadi disebutkan Pak Kukuh, praktis kita nggak bisa jualan, nggak bisa produksi. Kemudian kita mulai produksi mulai Q3 itu kita dibantu oleh adanya IOMKI tadi oleh Pak Kukuh disebutkan, kita mulai berproduksi. IOMKI dengan adanya lisensi dari pemerintah untuk bisa berproduksi dan mulai naik produksinya sampai mulai tahun 2022 ini. Meskipun ada masalah dengan logistik issue dan juga ada mulai tahun 2022 ini mulai masalah dengan semiconductor. Selain itu juga PPNBM insentif yang tadi disebutkan oleh Pak Koko mulai tahun lalu kuartal 3 sampai kuartal 3 tahun ini juga itu sangat membantu penjualan baik itu OEM, mobil maupun imbasnya adalah industri komponen. Bagaimana untuk two wheeler sama seperti hanya two wheeler tidak ada apa namanya PPNBM insentif, tidak ada insentif PPNBM karena harganya cukup terjangkau sebenarnya kalau two wheeler sepeda motor. Tapi produksi naik sampai tahun 2021. Tapi kena first semester tahun ini 2022 mulai kena semiconductor. Sehingga kalau kita lihat produksi dan salesnya turun betul-betul turun di tahun 2022 first quarter, second quarter, bahkan paling parah di second quarter, mulai naik di third quarter karena mulai terurai masalah semiconductornya. Sampai akhir tahun ini kelihatannya produksi aman, informasi dari customer kami OEM, dan juga sampai first quarter tahun depan. Mudah-mudahan kalau demand-nya masih cukup, ya mestinya tidak ada masalah di tahun depan. Tapi apakah tahun depan bisa kembali ke tahun seperti tahun 2019 sebelum pandemi? Kelihatannya mungkin tidak bisa kembali seperti itu. Mungkin di bawah 2019, sedikit di bawah 2019 untuk motorcycle. Tetapi untuk mobil, seperti yang sampaikan Pak Kuko, mungkin juga masih di bawah 2019 juga. 2019 itu sekitar 1 juta ya Pak, sekitar 1 juta lebih. Tahun ini mungkin 950, 960, tahun depan ya kira-kira 1 jutaan. Mudah-mudahan sih tahun depan bisa lebih baik dibanding tahun 2019 atau minimal sama. Nah kalau kita lihat ke depan apa saja sih sebenarnya kalau kita belajar tadi apa namanya kita pelajari, kita dengar tadi mulai dari panel sesi pertama maupun dari penjelasan dari wakil-wakil government tadi, banyak hal yang akan pengaruh ke depan. Baik itu makroekonomik, kalau kita bicara tahun depan itu adalah tahun politik, itu bisa plus bisa minus. Kemudian global issue tadi, kemudian ada logistik issue, supply chain. Logistik dan supply chain kita sudah belajar banyak dari 2 tahun pandemi ini, sehingga mestinya kita sudah tahu bagaimana kita men-tackle itu. Meskipun ya kita tetap harus mencari bagaimana kita lebih baik lagi di tahun-tahun ke depan. Government policy, ya pada prinsipnya kami akan selalu watch out gitu ya, lihat government policy. Sejauh ini sih itu positif, termasuk UCK tadi Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja yang disampaikan. Dan juga pertumbuhan ekonomi masih cukup baik tahun depan, mudah-mudahan itu di tahun depan lebih baik. Tapi bagaimana ke depan, nah lagi kita bicara dengan teknologi tren ataupun government policy terhadap elektrifikasi atau net zero. Itu tadi disebutkan oleh Pak Kuku, net zero bukan ya bisa dari ICE yang makin dibikin seefisien mungkin memakai biofuel, bioetanol. Yang sebenarnya kalau seperti itu pengaruhnya ke industri komponen tidak terlalu besar karena komponen masih sama. Tapi kalau kita bicara elektrifikasi, maka beberapa komponen maker, industri komponen kami harus lakukan transisi. Kami harus lakukan sedikit perubahan di produk kami yang itu perlu waktu, perlu dana, dan perlu riset. Kira-kira hampir 40% dari industri komponen itu yang mungkin saat ini ada di engine industri. Mungkin seperti itu. Terima kasih.
Ya baiklah, terima kasih Pak Agus, dan tadi sempat disinggung di akhir, mohon maaf, soal teknologi tren ya, tren teknologi. Nah untuk melengkapi tentunya apa yang sudah disampaikan oleh 2 pembicara pertama, pembicara ketiga, Pak Indra akan membicarakan lebih lanjut mengenai perkembangan teknologi yang mempengaruhi industri otomotif, termasuk juga salah satu faktor yang sekarang banyak disoroti adalah perkembangan harga BBM begitu, yang tentunya juga berdampak ya terhadap industri otomotif dan teknologi yang akan dikembangkan ke depan. Kami persilahkan Pak Indra.
Baik, terima kasih Mbak Kania. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu semuanya. Pertama, terima kasih atas undangannya dari MUFG, Danamon dan juga Adira. Tadi seperti disampaikan, saya coba menyampaikan terkait perkembangan industri, of course, tadi juga sudah sempat banyak disinggung oleh Pak Kuku dan Pak Kus, dan juga teknologi, karena kita mau nggak mau ke depan juga industri ini terkena disruption. Gitu. Slide-nya sudah bisa. Belum nongol ya?
Ya, slide-nya mau ditampilkan?
Oke, next saja. Jadi kalau tadi disampaikan Pak Kuku angka bagaimana peran besar PPNDTP, jadi Bapak Ibu bisa lihat di depan bahwa itulah yang terjadi di Indonesia. Tahun 2020 we are hit bad, kemudian dengan bantuan seluruh stakeholders tadi ada IOMKI dan lain sebagainya, akhirnya kita bisa naik ke level 887. Dan untuk ini industri sangat berterima kasih atas supportnya dan harapan kita momentum ini bisa berjalan terus ke depan. Dan gambaran tadi juga sudah disinggung oleh Pak Kus, jadi saya cuma tidak terlalu banyak menjelaskan bahwa kita market terbesar itu for sure, car ratio yang selalu didengungkan oleh Pak Kuku bahwa kita masih untuk mobil saat ini masih di level 99 per 1000 penduduk, sehingga kita punya potensial ke depan untuk lebih improve. Dan memang saat ini dengan GDP per kapita yang sebatas baru 4.000 US dollars, banyakan mobil yang dibeli adalah di level 200 sampai 300 juta. Dan ini memang menjadi tantangan kita bagaimana step up dari para customer yang tadinya membeli motor mungkin dengan market yang jenuh, harapan kita mereka bisa step up ke market. Dan gambaran dari tahun 2005 kita lihat peaknya kita bisa capai yaitu di tahun 2013. Namun kita lihat COVID 2020 turun hampir significantly ya 5-60%, dan dengan adanya PPNBM exemption itu bisa merecover industri otomotif Indonesia. Dan forecast ke depan tadi pagi kita bicara optimis but cautious, dan itu yang kita prediksi tahun ini 160, tahun depan we have to still optimistic around 970.000. Tapi kita ada note di situ, tidak ada economic inflation and everything, ada credit tightening, harapannya semoga hari ini teman-teman di sini bisa mensupport kita untuk menyalurkan kredit yang cukup liquid tahun depan, dan juga ada late impact dari kenaikan harga BBM. Dan ini yang kita lihat ke depan, kita tetap optimis untuk achieve 1 million di tahun 2024. Dan future challenges ini yang ingin coba kita explore sedikit. Dan Bapak Ibu bisa lihat bahwa suhu bumi akan terus meningkat. Walaupun tadi disampaikan Indonesia sudah recommitted, dan data terakhir dari yang saya terima di towards nanti COP27 di Egypt yang akan berlangsung 2 minggu lagi, hanya 24 negara yang merecommitted NDC-nya. Dan dari analisis para saintis, kita akan menuju level 2,5 derajat Celcius, which is catastrophic. Dan ini yang harusnya kita segera melakukan tadi, all efforts toward this, bagaimana kita tackle the climate change. Dan untuk case Indonesia, kita lihat, saya ambil data dari ASEAN Center for Energy yang baru rilis outlook-nya di tahun 2022 ini, bahwa minyak tadi disampaikan kita tadi Pak Pahala menyampaikan kita import, dan memang faktanya reserve production dan reserve ratio kita hanya remaining 9.2 years. Jadi kalau nanti terjadi geopolitik dan kita tidak bisa mengimport, pasti tentunya kita akan sangat gampang terjadi kesulitan di Indonesia. Dan di sisi teknologi, automotive industry bisa dilihat di bawah, kita ada disruption the future powertrain, ada new technology, ada yang mungkin flying cars dan lain sebagainya, dan juga yang tidak kalah penting adalah vulnerable supply chains. Dan ini kita akan menghadapi secara long term, dan short term kita bicara tentang fuel hike. Dan komitmen Indonesia di 23 September NDC diperbarui, kita akan meningkatkan yang tadinya dari 29 menjadi 31,85%. Dan ini harusnya menjadi juga isu bersama dan tetap committed despite inflation dan lain sebagainya. Karena apa? We don't have planet B, we are still have live in the planet A. Jadi ini yang juga industri akan terus berjuang untuk mencapai ini. Dan Toyota kita committed sebenarnya sudah di tahun 2014 kita set our environmental challenge. Kita punya yang namanya Toyota Environmental Challenge 2050, di mana ada 6 challenge di dalamnya dan semuanya kita targetkan untuk zero. Dan di tahun 2021 kita recommitted, itu bisa lihat di grafik bahwa kita akan menuju carbon neutral di tahun 2050 dengan holistic approach. Apa yang kita sebut holistic mungkin akan kita lihat berikutnya. Dan secara histori Toyota sudah melakukan effort ini dari mulai tahun 70, bisa dilihat di sini. Dan sebenarnya kita adalah investor bersama Tesla dengan melaunching RAV4 pada tahun 1996. Namun pada saat itu akhirnya kita evaluasi, is not yet the time. Dan finally we stop the project. But we continue the effort, ya kita terus melakukan dan kita bisa mengharapkan effort-effort ini terus bisa dikembangkan dan benar-benar practicality diadopsi oleh masyarakat. Dan sampai hari ini kita satu-satunya car makers di dunia yang memproduksi electrified vehicle, hybridnya 48 model, we have 5 model untuk PHEV, 8 model BEV, dan 2 model fuel cell. Dan kalau kita jumlahkan ini semua dari tahun 97 ketika kita introduce Prius pertama kali, kita sudah menjual hampir 20 juta million vehicles. Dan kita menghemat atau mereduce 160 juta metric ton CO2. Jadi kalau kita ekuivalenkan, kita sudah sama menjual dengan 6 juta EV. Nah itu yang kita lakukan secara scale. Dan Toyota di Asia kita punya stance bahwa as a company kita bicara practical. Jadi saya sangat setuju tadi dengan Pak Pahala. We talk about practicality karena ini yang menjadi bagian penting. Tanpa practicality ya mungkin nggak akan bisa impact itu terlalu dirasakan. Dan kita akan melihatnya secara life cycle. Dan decarbonization tidak ada hanya satu pathway. Kita believe in multiple pathways. Tadi Pak Koko sudah singgung misalnya di biomass, di biofuel. Kita bisa mengembangkan misalnya biomethane dari pome, tadi pagi sempat bicara dengan Mbak Kania. Dan kita punya hybrid yang bisa improve the efficiency. Dan juga bahkan saat ini kita mengembangkan hydrogen combustion engine. Jadi yang keluar dari knalpotnya ya air. Karena kita burning ICE dengan teknologi dengan hydrogen dan O2. Dan setiap teknologi kita believe dia punya role masing-masing. Di mana hybrid kita percaya sebagai mass electrification yang bisa di-adopt immediately, tidak perlu yang namanya infrastructure baru. Kemudian PHEV demikian juga bisa kita fokus untuk mid and luxury segment. BEV tentunya punya constraint saat ini, namun itu akan selalu kita kembangkan dan fuel cell juga kita bisa kembangkan. Dan secara Toyota kita melihat bagaimana kita melihat electrification dan decarbonization. Ada 3 lensa yang selalu kita sampaikan. Pertama bagaimana itu dilihat secara life cycle emission. Jadi tidak hanya di tailpipe atau di knalpot, tapi bagaimana energi itu kita menggunakan green energy, life cycle-nya mulai dari production sampai ke usage dan juga recycling. Dan yang kedua adalah lensa economic impact. Bagaimana negara, tadi kan semua bicara insentif, Pak Pahala tadi melist up semua insentif itu, bagaimana negara dan juga masyarakat mengatasi impact-nya ketika kita melakukan transisi ke toward electrification dan decarbonization. Yang terakhir adalah customer acceptance. 3 lensa ini harus kita lihat agar kita benar-benar maju dan melangkah pasti menuju masa depan. Dan ini adalah forecast yang kita mintakan ke Bloomberg New Energy Finance. Menurut mereka ini akan terjadi di Southeast Asia. Dan ini bisa terjadi, kita yakin hanya bisa terjadi dengan enabler. Jadi ada 4 enabler yang kita list up di sini. Pertama, bagaimana we are evolving our energy. Kemudian juga pricing policy, misalnya BBM versus listrik. Kemudian juga bagaimana subsidi di situ berperan. Convenience enabler, bagaimana charging station itu ada, dan Europe baru saja announce setiap 60 km harus ada charging. Dan yang terakhir yang semalam juga saya sempat diskusi dengan Pak Kuku, bagaimana safety assurance enabler, bagaimana KNKT kita mengerti tentang EV, bagaimana menangani terjadinya kebakaran misalnya ketika motorcycle itu baterainya terbakar, which is consist of combustible electrolyte. Nah itu yang harus kita lakukan enabler-enabler ini untuk bisa mencapai grafik yang di sebelah kiri. Dan berikutnya tadi Pak Kus sudah menyinggung, terima kasih Pak, bahwa we have 1.5 million people. Dan transition ini juga harus memikirkan dari tidak hanya yang atas ya Pak. Yang bawah itu bagaimana, misalnya yang tadinya jualan bensin sekarang harus apa gitu ketika mereka berpindah. Dan Toyota melakukan banyak inisiatif, dan tahun ini kita akan launching perdana hybrid local production, dan ini kita siapkan untuk towards electrification. Dan banyak hal lagi yang kita lakukan bersama stakeholders, dan tentunya ini kita harapkan bisa mentransition automotive industri Indonesia. Dan terakhir, the takeaway, harus energy security kita resolve karena kita don't have planet B. Dan kita percaya multiple pathways, tidak ada satu pathway buat electrification dan decarbonization. 3 lensa tadi harus kita lihat secara holistik, dan kita yakin. Dan terakhir nih pesan ke Bapak Ibu semua di sini, financing, bagaimana kita mensupport all carbon technology. Terima kasih Mbak Kania.
Ya, baik, terima kasih Pak Indra. Mohon tepuk tangannya Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk presentasi yang kurang lebih menggambarkan seperti apa perkembangan industri otomotif sebagai leading sektor yang diharapkan juga bisa menyumbang dan menopang pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional. Proyeksi untuk tahun 2023 Pak Kuku, di masa transisi itu kata kuncinya ya. Jadi banyak sekali disruption yang tadi kita sudah dengarkan bersama-sama. Dan sekarang bagaimana antisipasi dari industri otomotif gitu menghadapi tahun 2023 Pak Kuku. Apa kiranya yang dibutuhkan saat ini? Kalau kemudian tadi dikatakan salah satu misalnya penopang pertumbuhan penjualan itu adalah kebijakan dari pemerintah misalnya. Salah satunya. Nah kemudian kalau kita menghadapi perkembangan teknologi begitu ya, upaya-upaya yang sudah dilakukan sejauh ini seberapa siap sebenarnya industri otomotif saat ini untuk menghadapi transisi di masa yang akan datang ini. Kita bicara soal elektrifikasi dan pilihan mungkin teknologi lainnya begitu yang tadi sempat disinggung.
Baik, terima kasih Kania dan juga Pak Kus, Pak Indra tadi sudah menjelaskan cukup detail. Jadi kita harus menghadapi hal semua itu. Dan yang kita lihat kenapa Indonesia harus bisa mempertahankan industri otomotifnya. Ini salah satu sektor yang mempekerjakan cukup banyak, 1,5 juta orang tadi. Di seluruh mata rantai dari backward linkage sampai forward linkage-nya. Dan itu baru 50% dari kapasitas yang ada. Artinya kita punya pabrik di Indonesia saat ini 2,4 juta unit kapasitasnya. Tadi Pak Indra 2,35 Pak ya, kurang lebih seperti itu. Belum lagi yang sepeda motor Pak ya, belum lagi itu kapasitasnya dan belum kita optimalkan. Ini yang sedang kita upayakan. Kami di Kaikindo berupaya jangan sampai kalau di ekonomi itu ada jebakan middle class trap. Kami berpikir 10 tahun terakhir kenapa kita tuh bermain di sekitar 1,3 juta unit setahun. Naik turun. Potensinya ada. Dari mana potensinya? Kita punya penduduk 279 juta. Rasio kepemilikan mobil tadi juga disebut Pak Indra, baru 99 unit mobil per 1.000 penduduk. Kita bandingkan dengan misalnya Malaysia yang paling dekat dengan kita. Malaysia penduduknya 32 juta. Rasio kepemilikan mobilnya 490 unit mobil per 1.000 penduduk. Hampir satu mobil untuk 2 orang. Kemudian Thailand, salah satu kompetitornya Indonesia, produksinya melebihi dari Indonesia. Penduduknya 70 jutaan, rasio kepemilikan mobilnya udah 270 unit mobil per 1.000 penduduk. Artinya Indonesia punya potensi besar. Kalau kita meningkatkan satu saja menjadi 100, ada potensi menjual mobil 270 ribuan setahun. Nah, kalau bisa dibayangkan kalau kita naik menjadi 110, banyak sekali mobil yang harus dijual. Di sisi lain lagi, bahwa apa yang dilakukan pemerintah dengan membangun infrastruktur itu juga mendorong munculnya pusat-pusat ekonomi baru. Pusat-pusat ekonomi baru tadi juga disebut ada e-commerce salah satunya. Nah, e-commerce ini tetap juga akan perlu mobil. Data kita menunjukkan belakangan ini pada saat pandemi sudah mulai terkendali, ekonomi mulai tumbuh, jenis kendaraan komersial juga meningkat cukup tajam. Begitu pandemi terkendali, pariwisata juga jalan, kendaraan komersial bis juga mulai meningkat. Ini yang menarik. Transportasi, kemudian juga jalan tol. Pada waktu jalan tol sudah jadi, ini semakin banyak orang yang beralih dari pesawat terbang ke kendaraan, mobil. Ini juga mendorong mobil makin banyak. Dari Jakarta sampai Surabaya sampai Banyuwangi, asik juga itu lewat jalan darat, Pak. Sambil kulineran misalnya kan, sambil berwisata. Ini juga mendorong tumbuhnya otomotif. Nah, itulah yang kita inginkan, bahwa industri otomotif Indonesia harus bisa tetap bangkit. Kita bisa manfaatkan pasar domestiknya, paling besar di ASEAN, 34%-an pasar ASEAN itu adanya di Indonesia. Nah, kita ingin memanfaatkan itu juga merebut menjadi basis produksi. 2,4 tadi baru separuhnya. Kita sedang mendorong juga ekspor, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ekspor mobil Indonesia, CBU, sudah diekspor ke 80 negara. Nah, kita ingin memanfaatkan itu juga. Saat ini baru tembus 300.000 unit setahun. Presiden Jokowi meminta di tahun 2025 ekspornya kalau bisa 1 juta.
Yeah.
Sesuatu yang mungkin. Pasalnya misalnya kita punya Indonesia, Australia, CEPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Australia itu pasar mobilnya 1,2 juta setahun. Australia sudah tidak memiliki industri otomotif. Seluruh kebutuhan mobilnya dipenuhi dari impor. Kenapa enggak dari Indonesia? Nah, ini yang harus lobby-lobby ataupun upaya yang perlu dilakukan termasuk kebijakan pemerintah.
Ya.
Nah, ditanyakan tadi kan yang penting apa lagi? Konsistensi kebijakan.
Ya.
Jangan berubah-ubah. Karena industri otomotif itu ibarat kapal induk, Pak.
Ya.
Atau kapal kontainer yang cukup besar. Sekali jalan kenceng jalan, tapi enggak bisa seperti speedboat. Dengan cepat dibelok-belokin itu. Kalau dibelok kapal gede dibelokin, terguling kontainernya jatuh. Nah, kita perlu konsistensi supaya investor juga nyaman di sini. Sambil contoh mungkin produknya Pak Indra, Toyota Fortuner misalnya kan. Setiap 4 atau 5 tahun kan ganti model.
Yeah.
Nah, kalau kemudian kebijakan kita ini seperti kemarin muncul ada isu bahwa 2035 internal combustion engine itu mau dihapus, Toyota mikir, ini facelift-nya saya bikin di mana? Di Indonesia atau Thailand? Mending di Thailand, karena apa? Indonesia sudah mau menghentikan. Ini menimbulkan keraguan-keraguan seperti inilah yang tidak perlu ada keraguan itu.
Ya. Tapi yang paling utama itu adalah konsistensinya.
Betul, konsistensi.
Gitu. Roadmap-nya harus
termasuk
jelas.
Juga tadi yang electric vehicle dan sebagainya.
Ya.
Yang sudah jalan jangan dimatiin dulu.
Yang sudah jalan jangan dimatiin dulu. Pak Kus melihatnya seperti apa? Apakah ini menjadi ancaman atau justru peluang baru begitu ke depannya dengan elektrifikasi dan pilihan-pilihan lainnya? Di masa transisi seperti ini, apakah ada cukup waktu untuk menyesuaikan dengan kondisi yang serba tidak pasti saat ini?
Ya, seperti Pak Kuku tadi sampaikan ya, sebenarnya yang penting adalah konsistensi dan kejelasan. Kejelasan terutama dari pemangku kepentingan dalam ini government, dari pemerintah, kan regulasi kan dari pemerintah semua. Kalau memang 2035 mau misalnya gitu ya, mau ditutup, mau di-ban gitu ya penjualan ICE misalnya motorcycle dan itu. Orang tidak mau beli 2034, 2033 aja orang sudah tidak mau beli ICE. Karena orang Indonesia kan kalau beli kendaraan kan mikirnya dijual lagi. Nah, begitu kalau di-ban, dijual lagi nggak laku kan ICE-nya gitu misalnya gitu ya. Artinya mesti clear gitu ya, jelas dan konsisten gitu.
Seperti yang tadi disampaikan di awal, pengembangan EV ekosistem gitu, dimulai dari
pengembangan
kendaraan.
EV ekosistem, kalau kita bicara industri komponen dalam negeri, tadi saya sudah sampaikan, ada 40% dari industri saat ini yang bergerak dalam komponen engine. Itu yang pasti akan hilang kalau kita bicara BEV, baterai EV yang 100% baterai. Kalau kita bicara hybrid, masih ada. Nah, mesti clear gitu ya, seperti apa. Gitu. Nah, stagingnya mau seperti apa, apakah langsung atau lewat hybrid dulu gitu, idealnya lewat hybrid gitu ya, supaya kita punya waktu. Tetapi itu mesti clear juga gitu, karena paling tidak kita bicara industri, kita bicara investasi, kita bicara employment, tenaga kerja. Nah ini yang harus dipindahkan dari yang sekarang berbasis engine menjadi nanti bisa support EV atau industri yang lain, gitu, karena belum tentu bisa. Nah itu perlu waktu. Gitu.
Oke, baik, beralih ke Pak Indra. Pak Indra ini sebagai penutup juga karena kita waktunya sangat terbatas, mohon maaf begitu ya. Tapi merefleksikan apa yang kemudian kita saksikan di industri otomotif. Bagaimana ini sebenarnya bisa jadi bahan pelajaran begitu untuk pengembangan sektor industri yang lain, Pak Indra. Anda melihatnya seperti apa?
Ya, baik. Semua industri mungkin sama ya, bahwa kita ada input, proses, dan output. Ya, kalau misalnya terganggu proses ini, ya pasti ujung-ujungnya pasti juga tidak akan smooth ya Pak. Dan yang pasti dalam proses ini kan human factor itu penting ya. Dan tadi saya sampaikan 1.5 million. Saya kemarin bicara bagaimana kita mengembrace teknologi 2 roda aja ya EV. Kurikulum STM kita sekarang itu masih engine loh. Bagaimana mereka bisa handling if something happen gitu ya, market bengkel-bengkel yang di luar itu ada mogok gitu, wah kita nggak tahu Pak, gitu kan. Tapi nggak ada yang mikirin sampai ke sana kan. Bagaimana kurikulum STM saja, saya lihat tuh ke STM engine tahu 7K Pak, bahkan 5K masih buat praktek gitu. Sementara kita menuju katanya EV gitu. Dan siapa yang akan mensupport itu gitu kan. Nah ini persiapan human itu bagi Toyota itu luar biasa. Dengan selalu kita sampaikan, we make people before we make product kan. Di hybrid saja Mbak, tadinya kita di electricity di dalam kendaraan itu hanya 12 volt. Kalau kena ya paling geli-geli gitu. Sekarang dengan electric hybrid saja itu udah 400 volt. Itu kena Pak ke rumah sakit gitu. Dan ini apa ya? Itu faktanya seperti itu. Dan bagaimana kita menyiapkan resources kita, tidak hanya raw material nikel bla bla bla, tapi human capital di balik itu semua. Siapa yang akan menjalankan refinery itu? Siapa yang akan menjalankan proses making cathode dan everything. Jadi human should be go along with this. Dan itu apply to all industry, tidak hanya otomotif. Dan if we want to learn to this transit, then everyone should be think about human too.
The human factor ya, baiklah kalau begitu. Baik, saya sebenarnya tadi menanyakan untuk gangguan rantai pasok tapi sudah aman ya Pak ya, sudah ditemukan caranya untuk menghindari, kenapa Pak? Karena ini banyak sekali di sini, berapa banyak di sini yang masih inden mobil baru? Adakah di antara Bapak Ibu sekalian yang harus menunggu berbulan-bulan ya Pak katanya sekarang kalau untuk penjualan mobil baru? Sudah
ya kalau kita bicara
semiconductor
ya, masih ada masalah sedikit, tapi pelan-pelan itu terurai gitu, karena kita mulai mencari-cari supply chain yang lain. Okay. Mungkin harganya jadi lebih mahal.
Harganya jadi lebih mahal begitu
karena kelangkaan ya, supply demand biasanya.
Oke, tapi sepanjang proyeksinya masih positif ya Bapak Ibu, Bapak ya untuk tahun 2023 nanti. Masih positif, baiklah kalau begitu. Terima kasih sekali lagi Bapak-Bapak telah bergabung bersama kami, para pembicara ternama dari industri otomotif kurang lebih sudah memberikan gambaran seperti apa dan optimisme itu masih terus dibangun untuk tahun 2023 di tengah tantangan yang ada saat ini dan tentunya memang ada target-target yang ingin ditembus termasuk keluar dari jebakan 1 juta tadi ya, penjualan 1 juta kendaraan di Indonesia. Baiklah, boleh tepuk tangannya yang meriah sekali lagi kepada para pembicara kita. Dan acara saya kembalikan kepada MC.
Thank you once again for the speakers and the moderator for the insightful discussion. Please remain on stage to receive a token of appreciation. First, we would like to invite Mr. J.B. Kristiadi to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Kukuh Kumara. We would like to invite Mr. Yasushi Itagaki to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Kusharyono. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Kazushige Nakajima to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Indra Chandra Setiawan. And we would also like to invite Mr. Dewa Made Susila to present the token of appreciation to Ms. Kania Sutisna Winata. These tokens of appreciation are to thank our speakers and our moderator for their support and participation in this event. We'd also like to invite the media to take a photo of this very special moment. Thank you very much, and you may all return to your seats. Another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our moderator, Ms. Kania Sutisna Winata, our generous hosts, and of course, our honorable speakers for the panel discussion sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last two sessions, we have engaged in discussions on how to tackle uncertainties in order to build sustainable economic recovery and dive deeper into the country's manufacturing sector by discussing the Indonesian automotive ecosystem outlook. To deliver the closing remarks for the 2023 Indonesia Summit, may I invite Mr. Kazushige Nakajima, Executive Officer, Country Head of Indonesia, MUFG Bank, Ltd, Jakarta Branch. To Mr. Kazushige Nakajima, you may have the floor.
Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu, all fantastic speakers and panelists, and distinguished guests, and all colleagues. Thank you very much for sharing your precious time with us all through this morning. It was a great honor to have such wonderful speakers and panelists, and getting all of them getting together to share their very deep insight. And I really personally enjoyed the deep and broad knowledge, as well as some of the candid view shared with all of us. I do believe today's presentation and discussions are truly beneficial and very relevant to all of you. And for the first part, mainly about macro environment, whether it's about economy or social or geopolitics. Well, now we are living in a world where this macro environment has become more and more impacting to our day-to-day business, regardless which industry we are in. And for the second part, the discussion primarily about automotive industry, but the discussion extended into supply chain or some of the environmental matters, which we believe are very, very relevant to all the guests here today.
Taking this opportunity, I guess this might be something that many of you are aware of, but let me quickly share with you what MUFG is doing in this country. MUFG has been operating this country for over 15 years. Initially, we started our business supporting Japanese corporate clients investing in this country, but gradually we expanded the scope of our clients into local corporates or other multinational corporate clients. But for the recent several years, we made a significant step to acquire Bank Danamon and Adira Finance, and we made a significant expansion in our footprint in this country. Now, as we can see, we have MUFG, Bank Danamon, and Adira Finance, 3 brands working together as one team under the same group. Actually, it was a big decision for us, but now we have almost full-fledged banking and financing lineups, as well as a broad coverage of the clients, ranging from corporate, wholesale, and individual clients, consumers, even to unbanked population in this country. This level of footprint for us is second to our home market, Japan. So it may sound like we are trying to build an ecosystem of finance in this country, and actually, that is what we are aiming at. Why we do this? Because we have a strong belief in the future of this country. So as many of the speakers and panelists discussed today, and I guess you may also agree on, we are seeing a great potential in this country, and it is not a kind of just a growth potential in a quantitative manner. Rather, we are seeing the great potential of the significant growth in qualitative manner in various aspects, ranging from economy, social, and industry. We want to be the gateway of this country's any kind of businesses. For multinational corporate clients who want to invest here, we can be the best gateway to give the deep knowledge based on the local footprint. For Indonesian clients, we can be the best gateway to start any international businesses leveraging our very well-connected global network. For consumer clients, we can be the best gateway to life-staged financial services as we develop the practice through other countries' market like Japan and United States. And at the same time, it is also true that we can gain these capabilities through the relationship with our clients, including yourselves. Actually, this is almost only way for us to learn and grow. So from that perspective, I'd like to say thank you very much for the great relationship so far. And hopefully this relationship can become larger and deeper in the future. Thank you again for sharing such a valuable time with us today. And we prepare lunch outside, so please enjoy after this. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih Mr. Kazushige Nakajima for your concluding remarks. Honorable guests and distinguished audience, that marks the end of the Indonesia 2023 Summit, hosted by MUFG, Danamon, and Adira Finance. Thank you to each and every one of our speakers, moderators, and participants for the contribution to this event. We trust that all of you have benefited from the remarkable insights that our speakers have shared in this event. See you again in the next event, and as additional information to our guests, you may find a venue to have lunch at the foyer outside. I am Putu Ayu Saraswati signing off. Stay healthy, stay safe. Have a great day, everyone. Goodbye.
MUFG